Hello and welcome. I'm Tina Dahealy and this is the second day of Lions Live, brought to you with our official streaming partner YouTube. Hopefully you saw some of the content on the show yesterday. We heard about localism, being brave in uncertain times, fostering curiosity and discovering your creative drivers. All content is available to watch right now on the Lions Live platform. Stay tuned here in the live broadcast or check out what's already available to watch on demand. This edition of Lions Live has been dubbed your new creative toolkit. This week is designed to sharpen your creative skills and build competencies. We have another 2 days of amazing learning to help you do that. On Thursday, there's an entire day dedicated to career advice with the increasingly popular What I've Learnt series. And on Friday, you'll be able to download your toolkit, jam-packed with reports, guides and creative exercises to put your newly sharpened skills into practice. We'll have a live Q&A with our presenters every day, all powered by the brand building platform WeTransfer. But now, we have another exciting show for you today. Let's take a look at what's coming up.
My belief was that we were not doing digital marketing, but we were doing marketing at the digital age.
All this week, we're putting CMOs in the spotlight at Lions Live.
What does it mean to have information presented to you in context, volumetrically, visually, with other senses, within a globally connected team? Let's go.
Before we get started, we have a flavour of what's to come from one of our speakers today. In this quickfire round of 21 questions for 2021, Tanya Koenig helps you get to know another of today's speakers. Let's see who's in the hot seat now.
Hello and welcome to Lions 21 for 21, where we ask our guests 21 quick fire questions to understand who they really are. I'm Tanya Koenig and today I'm joined by Caroline Goyder. She's a company founder, voice coaching expert and author of multiple books, including most recently one titled Find Your Voice. So Caroline, let's get started.
Hey Tanya, I'm terrified, but here we go.
Here we go. First question, who are you?
I am a voice coach. If you'd met me 20 years ago, I left university, got to drama school, and they said, you're in your head, you have no presence. So I've been unpicking that with clients ever since.
And how have you found remote working?
I'm an introvert, so secretly, I love it.
Okay, what's the sharpest skill you bring to the table?
I have the ability to be good with words. I've always had that.
What's a talent or skill that you don't have that you're jealous of?
I would love to be able to dance. Yeah, to move like one of the greats would be amazing. Or maybe to sing like Maria Callas.
And what's a talent that you do have and everyone else is jealous of?
It's my ability to put words together on the hoof, I think, which is an odd skill, but I've made it work.
And are you trying to learn a new skill this year?
Yes, I'm learning Qigong, which I'm loving. It's a grown-up challenge.
And did you learn a new skill over the course of the last year?
Over the last year, I've been learning Qigong and I am loving it. It's an art form linking mind, breath and body. It's amazing through movement. It's wonderful.
Did it have any impact on your work?
Yes, because it helps me center myself in, let's face it, what are really difficult times for all of us.
And what are fundamental skills or qualities that you're looking for when hiring?
It's the human skills. I want to trust someone. I want to know I can laugh with them. And I want them to be kind. I think kindness is really important right now.
What skill do you think is becoming unnecessary in the industry this year?
I hate to say this as someone who coaches speakers for big stages. I think for the next 3 years or so, the ability to own a big room live is probably redundant, sadly.
What are the biggest challenges you're facing professionally in the coming year?
I'm creating a video course and I'm loving the challenge of it, but the back end, the techie aspect of it is a stretch for me.
And what are the biggest challenges you think that the creative are facing in the coming year?
I think the voice, how we connect vocally, how we inspire audiences through this medium of a screen, I think is becoming more and more important. And it's been an area that people haven't thought about it. So I think the challenge of really getting our voice heard on a screen is massive now.
And what makes a good leader in 2021?
Someone's got to have heart, soul, and kindness. I think we need kindness more than anything.
And what makes a terrible leader in 2021?
Narcissism.
Is a virtual world good or bad for creativity?
Creativity is fluid, so nothing is good or bad. Creativity is malleable.
And what are your video call pet peeves?
People turning their cameras off, but also people feeling like everything has to be a video call, because it doesn't. Sometimes it can just be a walking phone call. And if it's a walking phone call sometimes, people will be more happy to put their cameras on when you talk to them.
What's the funniest thing that's happened to you at work this year?
Oh God, I mean, it has to involve children, doesn't it? But I also would say that one of the funniest things I've watched recently is The Lawyer Cat. I loved that Zoom clip.
What unexpected thing do you think will become huge this year?
I'm just in the process of getting really into Clubhouse, and I think Clubhouse is a sign of what's coming around the power of audio and the power of voice, and I'm excited about that.
What's the worst piece of advice you've heard for 2021?
Get ready to go back to the office in the autumn.
What trends or business practices do you secretly hope will go away this year?
I'm a greenie, so conferences where 50,000 people have to gather in Vegas, I hope never come back again, because all that flying is ridiculous.
And what's your best piece of advice for the creative those audience of 2021?
Find your voice and use it in a way that lifts and inspires others, even when you're virtual.
Great, that was it. Thank you very much, Caroline, for joining us. And for everyone who is watching, make sure to check out Caroline's virtual presentation, How to Find Your Virtual Voice, as part of Lions Live.
You'll hear more from Caroline later today in the Expert Guide series. But now, to kick off your day with a bit of inspiration, the Dear Creators of 2021 series is a State of the State lecture from some of the top leaders in the industry, encouraging you to push the boundaries, think outside the box, and keep discovering creative possibilities. This is a call to action, one to pay close attention to. Today's inspiration comes from the Global Director of Culture and Community at Twitter, Godiz Rivera. Recent times have brought about an opportunity to stretch our imaginations, create real progress, and shape solutions that will carry us into an equitable and sustainable future. But how do we move forward when we're still nursing old habits? Following this presentation, we're going to have a live Q&A with Godiz. All of our live Q&As are powered by the brand building platform WeTransfer, who are supporting Lions Live all week. This is Godiz Rivera with her State of the State lecture.
Thank you so much to Lions Live for having me. I'm Godiz Rivera, the Global Director of Culture and Community at Twitter. As the Global Director of Culture and Community at Twitter, I build relationships with groups who have been marginalized in society because of their identity. I strive to understand the unique experience of Twitter so that we can partner with teams across our business to continue to build a service that lifts every voice in the public conversation. Black Twitter, Latinx, Native Indigenous, differently abled, LGBTQ+ Twitter. These are the groups that don't always have the main stage, even as they are consistently changing the world. When I started this work 3 years ago, it was important to me to build a practice that consisted of systems and processes that were considerate of the nuances of the lived experiences of these diverse groups. It was important that we rooted our work in the truth that cultural competency is key to understanding people, for seeing them for who they are, and for meeting them where they are. As a former ad woman, a digital strategist, this is the type of work that I would have loved to see more of in the ad industry. I know firsthand that in the land of media and advertising, we don't do enough to center the experiences of those outside the dominant group in our creative work. But I think it's time. It's been time. And I'm here to talk to you today about seizing this opportunity to elevate the industry's creative standard by aiming for work that demonstrates cultural competency. Why now and why it's important. So first, let's take a step back. What do I mean by cultural competency? For me, cultural competent work is an approach that's dedicated to the consistent education about, consideration of, and integration of the experiences of groups who have often been excluded. It is the commitment to build and create systems and processes that are wholly inclusive of the nuances, the history, and the layers of the lived experiences of historically marginalized groups. Cultural competency is not a choice for marginalized people, my own community. It's a required skill set in order for them to survive, succeed, and move around in the world where they are consistently counted out. They must understand the societal and historical factors that have contributed to the systems that oppress them. They work to understand the behaviors and culture of the dominant group of people who are different from them. They have to have a cultural fluency, a cultural competency that allows them to survive and connect and create in a dominant culture that is different from their own. For an industry composed largely of leadership that is white and male, the integration of cultural competency is not always a common approach, and it shows in our work. If we don't change that, then we don't create things that replace the default narrative that perpetuates implicit and unconscious biases. And in our work, the messages we send out to the world over time can lead to real-world influences, subconscious effects that lead to someone landing the job, ensuring that the safety device functions, getting the mortgage, or the difference in a life-altering split-second decision that can have devastating consequences. So how can we accomplish this? They work to understand the behaviors and culture of the dominant group, of people who are different from them. They have to have a cultural fluency, a cultural competency that allows them to survive and connect and create in a dominant culture that's different from their own. For an industry composed largely of leadership that is white and male, the integration of cultural competency is not always a common approach, and it shows in our work. If we don't change that, then we don't create things that replace the default narrative that perpetuates implicit and unconscious biases. And in our work, the messages we send out into the world over time can lead to real-world influences, subconscious effects that can lead to someone landing the job, ensuring the safety device functions, getting the mortgage, or the difference in a life-altering split-second decision that can have devastating consequences. So how can we accomplish this? So here are a few ways that we can all elevate the cultural competency of our work. Number one, ensure diverse perspectives are integrated in every layer of the process. So often when people think about applying diverse perspectives, it may be in a focus group after the product or creative has been crafted. It may be thought of during casting the commercial, after it's been written, after the media placements have been made. I'm going to challenge you all to think about how to start your creative and strategic processes and then center cultural competency through the entire process. How can you bring in diverse voices during your early ideation sessions? How have you applied cultural competency within your creative briefing process, within your media strategy? By applying this approach across all of our work, we will create the systemic changes needed to see real impact. Number two, ask questions. As we create and design, we owe it to our audiences to ask important questions to make sure that what we create will be useful and of value for all. Who will be impacted by this idea? Who will be most at risk? Who will be and has been most excluded from participating in this? Who might this creative misrepresent? For example, Considering that many vehicle safety measures were designed by and tested using the dimensions of the average man, not women, one can only imagine how dangerous and catastrophic a design oversight like this might be for women and pregnant drivers. Creativity is powerful, but the cultural competency is what makes creativity truly impactful. Number 3, pass the mic. I often say that I don't start my creative process until I listen and learn first. The voices we are working so hard to connect with are the ones who are most closely understanding their own wants, their needs, what they're fighting for, and what brings them joy. Our industry has the power to implement creativity at scale, and sometimes the answer is simply as directly amplifying the voices from these communities. How can we pass the mic and back their messages, their passions, and their experiences? Number 4, don't wait for the crisis. You wouldn't send a close friend a birthday text once a year and let that be all, right? So that sparse approach shouldn't lead how you build and sustain deep relationships with diverse communities. Strive to find the way you can best create meaningful relationships with communities. And that starts by showing your commitment and listening to their honest and transparent experiences and thoughts. Understanding different people in different cultures can offer lessons that can help our personal growth. It can help us be better friends, family members, members of the community. But I challenge you to think about how it affects your work. How does what you understand about the world and what you don't affect the processes that you have in place to spark and deliver your creativity? The work we do has real-world impact. The images, the ideas, the messages that go out into the world impact perceptions and decisions. Imagine the outcome we could make if everything we pushed out into the world was truly inclusive and represented everyone, including those who have often been pushed to the margins for so long. When we create work and products or solutions that are inclusive of marginalized communities, we create something that is meaningful to all. So I leave you with this challenge. Commit to the work of better understanding different people and cultures, society and its systems, and require cultural competency out of everything that you make. The work is hard and it's unending, but the reward is so worth it. And I'm grateful that we all have this moment in time to do this important work together.
Thank you, Goddess. Truly inspiring. And judging by all of the questions coming in, our viewers think so too. Let's dive straight into the first one. Do you believe that cultural competency is the only way for brands to survive?
Wow. Well, thank you so much for having me today. And I'm glad to see there's questions. And I really do feel that cultural competency is the only way that brands can truly create a connection with the entirety of our general market of consumers, meeting people where they are, understanding all of the lived experiences, not focusing on just one or two. So I do believe that we're past the point of a nice to have with this. I think we're at the point of critical necessity. And it really could be the difference in what shapes our culture and society as we go forward in the next, decades or so. So I feel like, yes, I want to say it is absolutely imperative to survival and to doing meaningful work and creating meaningful products that really do help shape and uplift society as a whole.
Well, following on from that, what do you believe are the biggest challenges in ensuring diverse perspectives in every layer of a creative process?
So when I think about challenges, I think, as I mentioned just in the film there, it's just, I think we need to kind of do an audit around the processes that we have in place right now. There's so many processes that we have to do work, to do creative work that we've just kind of been doing for decades, for years, and haven't really sat back and audited in a while. And I think it's about that time. I think we need to do some auditing on just how we kind of get to our creative processes. What does that look like? I'm a big fan of the brief, being a strategy person. So I always think that that's kind of your home base when you're starting to think about your creative process, specifically in the ad industries and others. And I think it's a great thing to think about. What does that briefing process look like? Does it require a period of just pure kind of anthropological research and some immersion there? Does it require some sections of that really focus on making sure that cultural competency is at the forefront? And so this is just, being creative and kind of the advertising way, but there's several ways, from making movies and entertainment to writing, that I think we can kind of re-audit our creative processes as they exist and know that we can break them apart and build them anew with ways that help us really focus and hone in on elevating so many different lived experiences while we do that.
Asking questions to our audiences is more important than ever. Thank you. That's a very useful tip. But what are the best questions we should be asking?
I think when it comes to asking questions, simplicity is kind of key. When I really sit down to think about how to service a group or service a community, the first thing I do is just ask what is needed. Ask the community, that very simple question: what would be of value to you? What are some of your pain points? What are some of your problems? What have people not been listening to? And I think that's the kind of beautiful simplicity that we can get back to and really think about how that helps us build. Sometimes we could have gone in one total different direction if we didn't take a minute to just ask the people who we're servicing what could be most useful, what could be most meaningful to them. So I think the questions are at their, at the base level, very simplistic, but they really do set a beautiful foundation for understanding how to approach a creative process that can build something that really is in service and of value to several different groups.
And it's not just about asking the right questions, it's also about listening. The next question is, listening to other voices and perspectives is so important, but how can we listen more carefully, more actively?
Yes, and I think when I think about listening, to me, the key is consistency. I think that, a lot of times if we jump in and listen to a community because we're working on this specific project, and then we kind of jump out and we don't think about that community again, that's not really constructive listening, right? I think there's something to specifically understanding the lived experiences of different communities. And I talk a lot about the diverse communities that I service, which is, Black communities, Latinx communities, LGBTQ plus, people with disabilities, Native Indigenous across the world globally. We have to consistently listen and understand, about what is happening to these communities. A lot of times just kind of jumping in for one moment is not really doing the service of understanding how that conversation or what they are saying really takes shape over time. And also really looking back and thinking about historically what has helped shape the way this group is experiencing this thing right now. So I think we saw a lot of that over the past summer in the United States of 2020 with the increase in kind of huge inflection point of the Black Lives Matter movement. That had been a movement that had been taking shape for over 8 years, right? So imagine if you were a brand that jumped in 2014 for a few months and listened to something, you wouldn't have even seen how this had continued to be an important conversation to the Black and brown communities in the United States and globally, really, for over time. So I think consistency is really, really important when thinking about listening, and that takes a commitment.
What's the biggest reward for culturally competent brands?
Reward.
Reward.
Okay. Let's see. The biggest reward, I think, is to, I can tell you a personal story. I was in Barnes and Noble, which is a bookstore here in the United States that I frequent. And I was there with my daughter. And I hadn't been in a while. It's, of course, been the global pandemic. We're kind of locked down, but I just hadn't had a chance to walk into a bookstore in a long time. I'm an avid reader. I've been reading since I was my daughter's age. She's 9 years old right now. And I walked into that store and saw so many books and covers of books with people that looked like her, that looked like me, that were scientists, that were little girls that liked to code, which she loves to do. And it struck me because it was such a different experience than I had when I was growing up. I had to read a lot of books with people that didn't look like me and kind of imagine what that could feel like and put my own spin on it. But for my daughter right now, walking in that store, just the last week, this is normal to her. It's normal to see people on covers of books that have her hair and look like her mom and look like her dad and her grandparents and tell the story of her culture and community. So I think when I think about the reward is in what it does, what the seeds that the brands can sow within culture and society and help to really champion that will really affect how people experience their lives, how they see themselves and how they feel supported and acknowledged. And that's the kind of thing that helps people go on and continue to create and continue to feel confident in, just continuing to uplift society. So I think the reward is in the reflection and what we'll start to see as we're no longer excluding people, but instead we're including people who have not been historically included. And now we get to see the fruits of what happens when that is taking place. So a huge reward there.
That's a huge reward. I must say my experience probably mirrors yours, but great that things are changing. What are the top traits of a culturally competent organisation?
What I think is interesting about thinking through culturally competent organizations or brands is that I'll always say it should never look exactly the same, right? Every brand and the way they service their consumers is going to be different because they're different products. They're trying to achieve different goals. But I think what you'll notice is a consistent commitment, as I mentioned before, and that can look like, a brand doing their own internal work in championing how they understand and help their employees better understand different groups and how they service them. That could look like, a brand really committing to amplifying the voices and supporting groups that they service. So I think what we've been kind of thinking of in the industry, I'd say the past couple of years, I think 2020 was just the reckoning for so many different things in society, including brands and organizations, is that way that we commit should be the same, but it doesn't always look the same. So I think what brands should really do is kind of that audit, as I mentioned before, is what is a commitment to inclusive marketing look like for you? What does a commitment to understanding the lived experiences of different groups look like to you? And who are some of those groups that you service? So I think a CPG brand might look different than a media and entertainment brand, than a tech company. But I think that the overarching level of commitment, and also there should be some transparency and openness and communication about what that commitment is, will be the same, but the outward output of that should look very different. And I think that's when you know that the real work is being done. There's not kind of a carbon copy of something that worked for one brand that may or may not work for another.
And Goddess, what do you think is the reason as to why the world hasn't been able to accept cultural competency completely?
Ooh, we're getting into the good stuff. So I think a lot of the reason why people have stopped or not wanted to really embrace this is, one, I think that there's a little bit of just routine. There was this idea that this is just the way things were and we could continue on that path. But as I mentioned in the film, that pathway is detrimental for many groups who are not included in that. And I think just really honestly, if there is power in a narrative that is being held by a small group or kind of people who've been only able to think one way, they're going to have to give up a little bit of that power, right? They're going to have to give up some of that narrative and really be open to including other voices. And I think, there are some people who maybe have been oblivious to the fact that this needed to happen. There are some people who I think wanted to hold on to the fact that this didn't happen so they could have kind of that lion's share of the power. But I just think that most people, and I hope most people, are recognizing that there is so much greater power when everyone has a seat at the table, and we can do such greater work that way. So I think it's kind of a two things there, just the idea that this is what we were used to. And as I mentioned before, I'm all about breaking apart things that have been in place but may not be serving us any longer. And I also think that it's time for people who kind of had the reins that need to give that up a little bit. And I think that's not always easy for everyone, but it's going to happen. And I think it already is.
Powerful words to end on, Goddess. You are brilliant. That was brilliant. We are out of time, sadly. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me. Have a great one.
And thank you, of course, to our viewers for sending in all of those questions. Thank you. You can tell us what you think of all of the sessions on Lions Live by sharing your feedback in the poll on your screen. And now a call to action from the Lions team to remind you that moments that change the future make history. Is this your moment?
Where each worker may bloom, secure from the pests of being contradictory thoughts. Let's get it.
Powerful little girl. Defiant.
This week is all about sharpening your creative toolkit. But what are the skills required to future-proof your career? The new Expert Guide series, sponsored by Unity, brings you big thinkers from outside the industry to shed some light on how to master the creative skills of tomorrow. First up, it's Caroline Goyder. Finding your voice in this virtual world can be tough. It can be hard to pitch ideas, read the room, or simply even have presence and energy in your voice. Caroline has worked for over a decade at Royal Central School of Speech and Drama in London as a voice coach. She's the author of multiple books, including Gravitas, Star Qualities, and Find Your Voice. Her TED Talk on the surprising secret to speaking with confidence has been viewed over 7.5 million times. And she's here today to help us find our voice in this virtual world. Caroline will be joining me for a Q&A straight after, so do please send in your questions for her as you watch along. Let's warm up your vocal cords and dive straight into Caroline Goyder's Expert Guide to Finding Your Virtual Voice.
Let's face it, presenting creative work can feel pretty vulnerable at the best of times. And now we're all doing it from our sitting rooms, our bedrooms, our home offices, and that can make people feel less confident, less centered, less bold when they have to pitch or present. In this short series of films for Lions Live, I want to help you make this 2D medium feel much more 3D. I want to help you go from panic to power the next time you have a big presentation or a big pitch. So who am I? I'm Caroline Goyder. For many years I worked with actors at Central School of Speech and Drama in London. I'm the author of 3 books, Gravitas, Find Your Voice and Star Qualities, and my TEDx on speaking with confidence has been watched 8.5 million times. So we're gonna focus on some really straightforward tips, skills, hacks to help you ace those pitches, those presentations. Let's go. Tip 1, let's set your stage and your focus on virtual. Do you remember the old world? In some ways it was kind of simple. You would travel to a meeting, you would go up in the lift, you would sit with the client, you would chat to them for a bit over coffee, and then you would get to the real stuff of the meeting. In a world where all of that is gone, how do we get ourselves set up so that we can be really focused and ready and on our A game? Setting our stage, even when we're presenting from our bedrooms, is really, really important. And there's such a simple thing that you can do to make yourself feel ready and centered. It's to stand up. Now, of course, not all meetings are created equal. A relaxed chat with the creative team, you don't need to stand up for. What I'm talking about is the big pitch to the ECDs or to the client, that moment where you've really got to own it and be bold. Simple trick that will really help you ace it is get a laptop stand or an ironing board with a couple of books on it so that you can prop your laptop up and stand and gesture. You will feel so much more grounded and you will feel so much more confident. It helps your alignment, it allows your breath to flow freely, it helps your voice to be centered, and it allows you to gesture in a relaxed, authentic way. And all of that is going to make you feel so much more you in the moments where someone may be trying to knock you off center or criticize your work. So I promise you, if you really want to set your stage, really want to find your focus, stand up for the big meetings. It's a proper game changer. Tip 2, so simple, so effective, will really help you center yourself before big meetings. Take control of how you show up. So creative work is vulnerable, and I know that if I'm going to be presenting my writing in a meeting, I need to really be on my A game. I need to be centered, I need to be calm, because otherwise I'm going to react. If it's a bad day, I know that I won't deal with what comes. And I describe this as being a bit like a weeble that wobbles but doesn't fall down. We all need, when presenting creative work, to be the weeble. We've got to be knocked off centre and come back to calm really quickly. Now, the problem for most of us in virtual land is that our meetings run back to back. You might have 6 in a row and you don't have time to have a coffee, go outside. And that's risky when you've got a big meeting where someone's going to be coming and critting your work. So what I really want you to make sure that you do is take half an hour, 15 minutes before the big ones, where you calm yourself down. I want you to switch off devices, because devices are shown to make us hold our breath, and that kicks in fight or flight. So just like an actor, just before they go on stage, give yourself a half where you sit quietly, where you get present to what you're being asked to do, and where you make sure that if anything comes your way that is critical or negative, you handle it, you step up to it, you don't let it knock you over. I promise you this will help you ace those meetings. Tip 3. I actually think that this is the big one when it comes to really acing your virtual meetings. Because we all get a little bit locked in when we're on laptops and phones all day. We get a bit locked into our own worldview. The people who really speak through, not at, screens, the people who make the 2D feel 3D, do you know what they're doing? It's empathy. And the thing that you can do before a meeting and even during a meeting is to take time to, even as that person criticizes your work, even as the vulnerability hits, take a moment to step into their shoes and think about what are their hopes, what are their fears, what are their responsibilities. And I actually learnt this from the actor Bill Nighy, who said that when he used to get nervous in auditions, he would always think, how can I help? Because he said it takes you out of a feeling of neurosis and into a feeling of being in service, having compassion for others. And of course, when we have compassion for others, that's when we really shine. That's when we really own it. So before the meeting, during the meeting, listen with empathy, really step into their shoes. And the other thing that helps, a really great question, is before you go into the meeting, before you log on, ask yourself, what do we want them to say about us when they log off this call? What's the one thing they're going to say to each other about this meeting? Because that can be the question that unlocks this powerful empathy. And remember that empathy unlocks engagement. Tip 4. Commit, be bold. What do I mean by this? Really, I'm talking about your voice and your energy. So acing a meeting, to my mind, is a bit like driving in city traffic. You know, if you want to get out onto a busy road, you've got to be bold, you've got to be committed, otherwise nobody's going to let you in. Virtual meetings can be really hard to find your edge in, to know when to speak up. But the big trick is to make sure that your voice and your energy are really bold and committed. First thing to think about is know why you're in the room. Know what your intention is and know what you want to change by being there. Then listen carefully. Then, when you speak, commit. What I mean by that is don't be tentative. Don't sit off your voice. Make sure that your voice and your energy are like you are chatting to your best friends, really confident. There's a simple screen actors tip for that, which is even as you look at your camera on your screen, make sure that your voice travels to the wall behind you, because that just gives you a bit more energy. And screen work needs about 20% more vocal energy than we would have sitting one-to-one with someone. It's not shouting, it's just engaging. It's being excited, involved, engaged, and that allows them to feel the same thing because they feel what you do. And the next thing is use gesture, because when we use our hands, that engages our whole bodies. Engaging our whole bodies builds trust, and it also orchestrates your vocal intonation. So gently project your voice to the back wall and in a really natural, relaxed way, use your hands. It's going to allow you to commit, to be bold, and to really get a word in when you need to. Tip 5. This one's simple and it's powerful and it will make you stand out. The best speakers, especially on video conference, are always the best listeners first. We know that this online world is so distracted. You can be doing your online shopping as you listen to someone talk in a meeting. But if you are really listening and really focused, you will massively up your presence. So, how do you do that? First thing to do is all the tips up to this point, tips 1 to 4, will allow you to show up really focused, present and committed. When you get into the meeting, you've got to really handle your nerves because it's easy just to start speaking because we're nervous. It's much better to start with an introduction and then a powerful question. Find out what success will look like for them in the meeting and start there. Then get to your content. As they talk, listen to what they're valuing, what they're believing. Try and play that language back to them because when we feel heard, it builds connection, it builds rapport. Learn to be comfortable with a pause. When a pause hits, don't hold your breath, don't speak into it, breathe into it. Feel the breath drop down into your back as you listen and let that pause start to be comfortable. Let someone else speak into it and that will give you an ease and a presence that really allows you to show up well. And the final thing that's going to help you listen is don't rush as a speaker. Borrow from Winston Churchill's principle and speak in sentences of about 8 words, like a great script, like a great piece of copy. Don't make your sentences really long. Don't fill them with lots of ands and ifs and buts and fillers. Cut the linking words, make them short and punchy. And when you get to a full stop, close your mouth and breathe. And what you'll notice is that you start to be sharp and punchy and present. People will know you're a good listener and they will also see you and hear you and feel you as a good speaker. Enjoy it. It's a game changer. 5 top tips to make the 2D of video conference feel just that little bit more 3D, to make you feel a bit less panicky and a lot more powerful. What are these 5 tips? Let's go back. Let's remember them. Firstly, set your stage. Above all, if it's a big one, if it's a meeting that matters, just stand up. It's going to help everything. Second one, take control of your state. Make sure that you clear your diary for 15 minutes, even half an hour before that big meeting, so you can be open and responsive, not reactive, so you can be calm and centered, the weeble that wobbles but doesn't fall down. Tip 3 is, even though we're locked away in our houses, step into their shoes. Empathy builds engagement, it builds connection. Think about their hopes, their fears, their values. Think about what you want them to say about you after the meeting. Tip 4 is commit, be bold, drive in city traffic, and that means use your gesture, use your voice, send it to the window or the wall beyond your screen. Really own that room, own that Zoom. Tip 5, the real big one for screen actors and presence, is that good listeners become good speakers. Good speakers are always, always, always good listeners first. So when you kick off the meeting, don't talk at them, ask great questions. When they speak, take it in so you can play their language back to them. And when you pause, relax, breathe, center, don't fill silences. Those things, those 5 tips will really help you change the game of your meetings. And I promise you, when you stand out as the person who is centered and committed and listening in meetings, people will say of you that you have great meetings, that you are someone they want to work with. And that's not just a game changer for meetings, that's a game changer for your life. Test them, enjoy them, and if you want to make contact, I'm at carolinegoyder.com. You can find all my books across global territories, Find Your Voice, Gravitas and Star Qualities, and look out my TEDx. It's a fun one. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
And we're now joined virtually by Caroline Goyder in the studio. Thank you, Caroline. That was full to the brim with practical tips, and our viewers seem to have really enjoyed it. We have a lot of questions for you.
Hooray, thank you. Hey, Tina.
The first one is, sometimes it's so hard to speak when there are too many people on a call. What's your advice for those who struggle to find courage to speak up?
Oh, that is a great question, Tina. So I learnt the answer to this question from a client, which is so often the case. And she was very senior in a big business. And she looked after investor relations, and she would sit in big board meetings. And she said, I never knew when to speak. But she said, I realized that my job was to speak whenever the share price was going to be affected. And so she didn't overthink it. She sat in those meetings, and as soon as the discussion was covering her job, her remit, she spoke, and she spoke boldly. So in a nutshell, it's be really intentional. What do you want to change before you get in the room? And then speak when that subject comes up. Because if you don't speak, it's not going to change.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing worse than being in one of those meetings, and I'm sure we've all been there, when you're thinking about, you keep thinking about when your moment to jump in is, and you never do.
It's horrible. It's horrible. So boldness and intention are the antidote.
Okay, next question. Any tips on how we can showcase creativity in a virtual setup? It's been quite a challenge to share creative ideas when you're all on the same screen. Thank you.
Wow, so this is a huge question for this sector, isn't it? And when I think about showcasing creativity, I actually come back to my actors training, because an actor would say that, you know, the ultimate vessel for showcasing creativity is your voice, your body, your energy. And what I would invite creatives in this industry to think about is that the work is brilliant and the work is there and you're presenting it. Think about, before you get on the call, what really lights you up about the work, and speak to that, because if you hit the things that you are passionate about, it's going to affect your voice, your body, your energy, and that's infectious. It goes back to Horace. He said, whatever I feel, they feel. And that's true now in agencies as well.
Okay, how important, Angelo asks, is it to give the other person the feeling of eye contact by looking directly into the camera?
Gosh, okay, so this is a hard question, and this is one of the real bugbears of teams. So yes, right now I know that I need to look at the camera because that's where you get full eye contact. Some people will say, look at the camera the whole time. But I think actually we also do need to look at the people on the call. We do need that information. So my tip would be, look at the camera when you're speaking. They get your full eye contact. When you're not speaking, read the Zoom or the Teams, look at the people. And for me, that balance feels more natural than just staring at the camera.
Yeah, thank you. That's a useful tip, because it can be quite off-putting when you are looking directly into a camera, not at the people you are speaking to, as I'm doing now. What is your top tip, Caroline, on dealing with stress? It's so easy to lose our voice under time pressure.
Right, so top tip for dealing with stress, Tina, very, very straightforward. And it's what I learned as an actor. It's how you look after your system before you get into the meeting that is going to support you or, you know, not support you. So my absolute golden rule for people is book out 5 minutes before that meeting. Everybody can do that. And sit quietly, turn off your phone, don't check email, tune into your breathing, tune into your body, and just come back to a calm, centered place. Simply doing that, switching off devices for a few minutes, will allow you to show up to the call feeling more centered, a nervous system in balance. And then when stuff hits us, we deal with it better. The worst thing you can do for stress is back-to-back calls all day. So I'm really trying to get people to stop doing that, even if it means 5 minutes between calls.
You talked about the importance of keeping your energy levels high and the fact that you need more energy on a virtual call in a virtual environment. What would be your top tip on keeping energy levels high during important virtual meetings?
Oh, great question. So, I mean, performers basics, eat properly during the day, drink water, don't drink too much coffee. You know that as a presenter, those are kind of just golden rules. Look after yourself. But I am also a big proponent, as probably came through the video, of standing. So you don't have to stand for all your meetings, but if you've got a big client meeting, a big pitch, or a big internal meeting, stand up for it, because your energy flows a bit differently, you gesture more freely, you just feel better. And the other thing I would say to people is not every meeting needs to be video. Some meetings you might say, if it's a creative meeting, should we do it on mobiles and go for a walk? Because actually getting out and moving may help your energy, your creativity, and you'll bring back a different energy to work. So know when to stand and know when not to be on video conference, and just move, because movement ultimately will build energy.
All great tips, thank you. Love your latest book. I find it so useful when pitching my creative ideas, smiley face. Are you planning the next one?
I am indeed planning a book. I'm very, very curious about character, and thank you for your lovely feedback on the previous one. I love the notion of character and how that shifts us through time as humans. So I've been playing with the word character for a long time, and it will become a book at some point, but it's very, very early days right now.
Okay. When speaking live, we see how listeners respond and we could adjust accordingly to engage better. How could we do the same virtually, especially when viewers have their video off?
Oh, okay. So yeah, this video off question is a hard one. I'm going to slightly go sideways on that, which is that if you need to see people, put in the meeting invitation that you want videos on. And not all clients or not all people within the agency will go for that, but you're going to have a chance of more people on video. If you can't see them, then that's no barrier. You can really glean a lot of information from the voice. Any good radio presenter knows that, right? And so just listen really intently, pick up their tone, pick up their breathing, pick up their values, and find your version of that, because we can build rapport through our tone, match their energy. We can build rapport through matching their values and their language. So if you can't see them, just listen really intently.
This is a great question. How important is it to have pre-scripted your content? It seems necessary to do so in order to create those great 8-word sentences. How much should you pre-plan? Can you over-prepare?
Yeah, oh, totally. You can over-prepare. It's such a fine balance. I think it's like good creative work, right? Isn't it? You've got to know when to stop. Very important. I'm a big proponent of mind maps. I love mind maps because you can distill ideas down simply to that kind of 8-word essential shape. And then you can add images, you can add colors, you can add time. So my invitation to anybody in this sector would be, when you're planning, write it all out, do the brainstorm, but then cook it down to a visual, colorful, inspiring mind map. It will change everything. And never do it on the slides first. That is the cardinal sin, because slides are so linear, they'll suck the creativity and the life out of you.
And we have run out of time, and that was so useful. I've got a really big meeting on Thursday, so I'm going to take everything that you've, all those learnings, and try to use those. Thank you so much, Caroline, and thank you for all of your questions too. Remember, you can catch up with all of the Expert Guide films on demand right now on the Lions Live platform. And thank you to our sponsors, Unity, for their support on this series. Now, this week is all about sharpening your creative toolkit. At the end of the week, you can put your new skills to the test in the Young Lions Live Award competition. Open to all young creatives aged 18 to 30, the Young Lions Live Award challenges you to answer a brief set by an international NGO, test your creativity against your peers and get your work seen by the wider industry. Let's see what's in store. Welcome back to Lions Live. Next up is the first CMO in the Spotlight session of the day, sponsored by The Economist Group. This is your opportunity to hear firsthand what's front of mind for these leading marketers. We have an exciting brand for you to deep dive into now as we hear from the Chief Digital Officer for L'Oréal, Lubomira Rocher. Helping us to dig into the CMO mindset and ask the questions that matter is the Executive and Diplomatic Editor of The Economist, Daniel Franklin. Over to Lubomira and Daniel.
Hello, I'm Daniel Franklin, Executive Editor at The Economist. The weekly newspaper sits within The Economist Group, which works with a wide range of commercial clients to help them respond to the transformation around them. That's why all this week we're putting CMOs in the spotlight at Lions Live. And in the spotlight with me today is Lubomira Rocher of L'Oréal. Welcome, Lubomira.
Thank you, Daniel. Happy to be with you today.
Lovely to have you. Now, in a sense, the clue is in the title. You're Chief Digital Officer, not Chief Marketing Officer, and nevertheless you're completely appropriate to have in this series. But I'd like you to explain to me why the digital and what that means in the L'Oréal context.
So in 2014, when I joined L'Oréal, I was, I think, one of the first CDO, global CDO, to be reporting to a CEO, at least for sure in the CAC 40 in France. And the idea behind it was first that there was no CMO at L'Oréal. So that encouraged me strongly to take the job because I didn't have to battle with more traditional view of marketing, and I had the freedom to operate the digital transformation that was really the core of my mission for the group.
So just to no CMO at L'Oréal would seem to be quite surprising. I mean, it's a company that does an enormous amount of marketing. So why was there no CMO at L'Oréal?
It was not, I mean, it's the culture. The culture of L'Oréal is a very decentralized organization. And so there is a lot of freedom and independence to a certain extent within the brands and also the marketing departments in the countries. And so, never had a CMO.
Okay, so the freedom that the absence of a CMO brought to you was that you could oversee this digital transformation, which is essentially your mission, without bumping up against a CMO who might have had other views along the way. Is that a fair assumption?
It's a fair assumption, and I would say also it was good to start from a blank page. And as the world was, undergoing a massive transformation, and the marketing was undergoing a massive transformation from, let's say, advertising and TVC-driven world to a completely digital world. My belief was that we were not doing digital marketing, but we were doing marketing at the digital age. And so it's true that we had to kind of rewrite the marketing playbook, and the fact that we were starting from a blank page helped tremendously in the journey.
Okay, and you've had an absolutely huge transformation to oversee. You have, I know, a target of you had a target of 20%. In fact, I think you had three targets: 20%, 50%, and 100%. So what do those percentages relate to?
So in 2014, when I joined, I was super lucky because the heavy lifting job of evangelization and educating around the importance of the digital transformation at L'Oréal and for the world, I would say, was done by my CEO, Jean-Paul Agon. In 2010, he said the digital state of emergency for the group. And so between 2010 and 2014, lots of initiatives emerged from countries, from the brands, and we had a lot of things, a lot of stuff going on in digital. And so my first job was, in fact, to rally the whole company around a limited number of meaningful and, more importantly, impactful transformations. So after some work and co-creation, we decided to go for three big objectives. The first was to go after e-commerce. And in 2014, when I joined, the e-commerce was weighting 2%. 2% of our total sales was into e-commerce, and our first objective was to go after 20% by 2020. So that was the first objective, accelerating the e-commerce. The second objective was to really pioneer this data-driven transformation of our marketing. And it's true that when you think about it, L'Oréal didn't have a lot of data before the digital age came in. All the data was sitting with our retailers or the channels. And so, thanks to everything we were doing, and especially the content or the services we were building and providing to our consumers, we were able to collect a lot of data to be able, in fine, to personalize our interactions with them. So the second big objective was to capture and get 50% of data on 50% of our consumers. So roughly around 800 million consumer data points. That was the objective we had. And the third objective was to transform the marketing model for L'Oréal. And this is where we coined the idea of being 100% digitally loved brands. And so this is how the 2050-100 came into life in a hot day of July 2014. And we've been working hard since then.
I'm sure you haven't regretted it, but I'd like to focus on the 20%, because that, in a way, it's the lowest number, but to me, in a way, it's the most extraordinary one. That from 2%, as you said, you wanted to get to 20% digital in an industry which had been resistant to the digital world, where it was all about touch and personal contact and so on. So let's get in a moment to where you are today, but how much of a barrier did you have to overcome in your own company and in the wider industry, where at that time anyway, there was a big dispute over whether it could really be a digital environment for a company like L'Oréal?
It's true that you're totally right. In 2014, nobody really believed in the fact that the industry would be massively disrupted, and especially around e-commerce. Nobody believed in it except my CEO and the executive committee of L'Oréal, which was, I would say, good for me. And I think it's also very much part of the L'Oréal culture to see change as an opportunity. So this is how we quickly understood that beauty and digital was a perfect match, because beauty is very visual, beauty is very social, and all the different digital touch points gave us immense territories of creativity to reach and connect with our consumers. And specifically on the e-commerce, it's true that at the beginning it was a little bit of a bet, because when I said one day we will do 20% of our revenue into e-commerce, everybody was like, no, that's not going to work in beauty. Of course it works for books, of course it works for electronics, but it will never work for beauty. And I was like, why? And people were like, you have to touch, you have to feel, you have to try. And this is where I told them, shoes, right? Shoes, you have to touch, you have to feel, and you have to try. And it's already, at the time, it was already 10% of the whole shoe business that was done online. So I said, if those guys are achieving 10%, I think we can do it, and we can even do better. So it's true that it was a little bit of a convincing at the beginning, but everybody rallied around this vision. And one day, Jean-Paul, our CEO, he said, "You know what, guys? E-commerce. If you think it's the cherry on the cake, you're wrong. It is the cake."
Where are you today? 20% was the target for 2020. What did you do?
We achieved 20% at the beginning in Q1 2020. So we were happy. And then, of course, something very unexpected happened, which is the pandemic and the COVID-19 pandemic. And so fast forward, because of all the very specific and exceptional conditions we had last year, we achieved in 2020 almost 27% of our revenues into e-commerce.
So that's for the year as a whole. The total year revenues 27%. Well, that is from 2% to 27% is a pretty remarkable transformation. Obviously, the pandemic, as you said, accelerated it towards the end. What else worked for you? How did you set about actually doing that?
I think the first thing is to have a very clear strategy, because when people think of e-commerce, sometimes they think of a monolith, like it's e-commerce, but there are different forms of e-commerce. And if we look at China, for example, which is of course our most advanced market in digital and especially in e-commerce, more than 50% of our sales are in e-commerce in China as we speak. We see that we are working on different forms of e-commerce. The first is working with pure players such as the Amazons or the Alibaba of the world. The second form is working with e-retailers, so our classical retailers that have developed their online capabilities, and we are working with them, the Sephoras, the Ultas, the Boots, the Walmarts of the world. We are also investing into our D2C capabilities, so when we sell directly through our own websites. We have also started to scale our social commerce practice. So when we work with influencers through live streaming or group buying, and we are also starting to experiment with subscription-based models, whereby we sell a service of subscription for some of our products. So the first thing is really to strategize, I would say, your growth by channel, by brand, by country, so that you can really scale your strategy on e-commerce. The second thing is really to build the capabilities, and we have recruited more than 2,000 e-commerce specialists in the group, and those guys are operating the 27% part of the business. So I would say strategize right and build the capabilities. And also we have worked a lot on the consumer experience. And this is where we have done a very strategic acquisition in 2018, buying a company called Modiface, which is specialized in augmented reality. Things like, virtual makeup try-on through augmented reality, where you can try on shades before you buy them. And we have really worked on deploying those services into our e-commerce websites so that we can improve and elevate the consumer experience.
So when you say, you're the Chief Digital Officer, it's been a huge technological revolution which has driven this business. Some people might say, well, L'Oréal has been taken over by the nerds. But I expect you're going to tell me that isn't quite the case. And I know that, your own background, although you have deep experience in technology, you also started out with economy and I think philosophy. So maybe it's taken over by philosophers, not nerds. But seriously, how does that, the human side of the technology, because you're talking about a very human interaction and a human impulse to buy your products, how does that mix work?
I think, people are often mistaken when they confuse the digital transformation with a technology transformation. And it's true that one of the biggest risks when you're in charge of a big transformation like that, a big digital transformation, is to get lured by the gadgets, the latest technology out there, or the latest platform, or the latest acronym, right? And you have tons of people coming to see you every day to tell you why this particular technology is going to change everything and change the world. In fact, you never have to lose sight of the fact that we do that for someone, and someone is our consumer. And we have never to lose sight of the fact that we have to create a relationship with that consumer. So it can happen online, but it can also happen offline. It can be mediated by a very human relationship, such as with our beauty advisors that are sitting in the shops, but it can also be mediated through technology. And the whole idea is to use technology to facilitate the consumer decision journey, to facilitate the choice. For example, we have recently launched a skincare diagnostic, which is fully AI, so powered by artificial intelligence. So it means that you take a selfie, and then there's an automatic way of calculating your skin score with an assessment over 17 signs of skin concerns. And this is done by a machine, but at the end of the day, we have integrated so much of human intelligence behind that, because it's years and years of research and innovation from L'Oréal that is incorporated in this particular diagnostic. And at the end of the day, we recommend the product. And at the end of the day, if you want, you can follow the conversation with a skincare expert or beauty advisor. So we're really trying to merge all the time the human touch and the technology to create the best experience for our consumers. And I'm convinced that one of the biggest things in our market is facilitate the choice, because people are overwhelmed with choice. And if we can help them in that journey, that's really helpful.
Talking about easy or choices, the way that you describe it, it seems like, both a very obvious transformation and a very smooth transformation. You had support from the very top, your CEO, you had a mission, you had targets, and lo and behold, you beat them. But I'm sure that the road wasn't all smooth. You must have encountered many problems. I'm sure that within that 27% overall figure, there are very many different stories in different markets. Not all markets take to this digital transformation or have the infrastructure for the digital transformation to the same extent. So I'd like you to talk, if you would, about some of the bumps along the way of this journey so far.
Of course, it's not a rosy thing, but when you are moved by a big sense of purpose, it really does help. And for us, the sense of purpose was very clear. We had to transform a company to make it fit for the digital age and future-proofed. So it's true that we never looked at the bumps, and we've always carried on very bravely. But in fact, the difficulty was less in convincing people, because in L'Oréal we are fortunate enough to have a culture that is really liking change. We love to change. We love new things. We have the spirit of innovation. The key thing was really to build the capabilities and to make sure that digital was not something apart from the business, but that it was embedded in the business. That was one of the very big central pivotal choices we made when we decided that we would not have a silo with digital experts doing digital things on the side, but that we would embed digital into marketing, into sales, into communication, into operations, into research and innovation. And this is really where the human part of this transformation played in. In my team, I have someone who's HR and who's 100% dedicated on, one, recruiting the best digital talents, and two, upskilling the whole company. And so the upskilling part of the transformation has been massively important. We've upskilled more than 50,000 people. Out of the 80,000 employees of L'Oréal, we've upskilled 50,000 of them. And by doing so, we digitalized the company. We didn't create a silo that was on the side. But speaking of bumps, when we go that route, at the beginning, everybody's unhappy. The digital people, because they feel that they are not exceptional anymore, because they have to report to the marketing guys, and the marketing guys who feel that they have to cope with something they understand nothing about and they are not interested into. So we had to manage that and to make sure that everybody understood that it was a win-win, and that the digital people will learn a lot about the beauty business, and after maybe can have a more marketing or more business track in the company, and the marketing people could learn all about digital and become digital savvy.
So having come this far, you zoomed past your target. You have to set your next milestone. What about the next few years, Lubomir?
So we've been having lots of discussion, especially in terms of e-commerce. After the pandemic goes away, which is very soon, as we all hope, will e-commerce recede? And our belief is that it won't. Our belief is that people have got used to shop online, and it's true that when all the the brick and mortar stores closed at the beginning of last year, everybody had to move online, and everybody got used to the convenience, to the ease, to the service of e-commerce, and we saw like completely new demographics to the channel. And so this is why we believe that 25% is a new baseline. It's not a peak, it's a new baseline. So from there we had to envision our next step, and our next step for us is to plan for a world where e-commerce will represent 50%, so half of our sales. So this sounds like a crazy number, but not as crazier as the 20% 7 years ago. So we're preparing for that.
And that's presumably a further enormous transformation. I mean, from what you said earlier, it sounded as if the biggest challenge of this was in fact an internal one, getting the internal resources aligned and the skills in place. Presumably, the L'Oréal today and the deployment of people is not the one that you would have for a 50% digital company. So, what are the challenges ahead in order to make that further enormous transformation?
That's absolutely correct, Daniel, because today it was already a stretch, to be honest, to reach the 27%, and it was really like this big sense of purpose, rally around the clock type of moment last year for all of us in the digital community, to compensate also for the loss of revenue from the brick and mortar. We compensated for 70%. So e-commerce compensated for 70% of the loss of revenue we had to incur from brick and mortar stores. So that's pretty amazing. And all that to say that we are not geared as we are now to get to 50% with the current resources. So it will entail further massive transformation, especially from a commercial angle, which starts from moving resources from brick and mortar, people operating in the brick and mortar, to move them online, which means upskilling and reskilling them. It's not the same thing to be merchandising into a Walmart or to be merchandising into an Amazon store. It has nothing to do. Of course, the core of the business is the same, but the tools and the way to do it is very different. So we have to plan for this resource shift. We have to plan for reskilling and upskilling. As we did for marketing, we have to do it for commercial forces. We have to plan for massive disruption from a supply chain point of view. It's so different to put pallets at Walmart or to do the nice silk paper and the ribbon on the beautiful box that goes for the D2C part of our e-commerce. The demands of a client like Amazon in terms of supply chain availability, real-time availability of our products are tremendous. So there's a big work to be done from a supply chain readiness point of view. And there's also an enormous job to be done from a data perspective. I'm going to give you a concrete example. Last year, when the COVID hit, we saw triple-digit growth in certain categories that we didn't expect it at all. For example, when salon closed, we saw 300, 400, 500% increase in demand for hair color. So we had to completely reshuffle all our production agenda and capabilities to produce massively hair care product. And the data we are having now from online that are very much real time have to be completely taken embedded in the core operations of every day, from a marketing to a commercial to a supply chain point of view. So that's pretty cool. Job ahead.
A lot of work ahead. Clearly, technology is going to be at the heart of this, and you're very plugged into it all. What do you see as the trends that I am sure people watching this will be very interested in, your sense of what the coming world of technology and how it might be different from the one that we've seen up until now?
It's interesting, and nobody has a crystal ball, to be honest, so me neither. But what I'm seeing and what I'm feeling is that there is a massive blurring going ahead between all the platforms. You know, before the world was simple, you had transactional platforms, e-commerce platforms like Amazon, and then you have brand building or advertising platforms like, you know, YouTube and Facebook, right? And what is interesting is that there is a complete blurring happening, because today media is the store. If you take a TikTok or if you take a Facebook or Instagram, those guys are really getting into the business of doing e-commerce. And store is the media, because you know, Amazon is becoming one of the big advertising giants after the big the duopoly between Facebook and Google. Now we have a big Amazon that is getting into this business of advertising. So it's interesting because it creates a lot of movement, a lot of turbulence, and a lot of opportunities for our brands to reach even more people and to make sure that they know of our products and love our products. So I think that's the first movement that is going to be interesting, how everybody is getting into the commerce part of it. WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, all the classical advertising, you know, platforms are getting there. And the second movement, which is almost the opposite, in fact, is a movement of retreat from the big platforms to different type of things, like, you know, the big movement from WhatsApp to Telegram or to Signal was one. The birth of things like Clubhouse is interesting. The craze for more, let's say, secret places such as Substack, which are fantastic, you know, newsletters that are subscription based. It's interesting because what it says is that new platforms, new business models that are geared more around relevant content and not infobesity, but relevant content, privacy first, subscription based models are taking a significant place, which I think is interesting for the future.
Well, it won't be dull, that's for sure. If you were to draw one lesson from this extraordinary experience you've been through, carrying it through to this really fluid landscape you've been describing, what would it be?
I would say maybe two words. The first is consumer centricity, because at the end of the day, all we do it for the consumer. And we cannot be dogmatic. We cannot be dogmatic at any point. We have to understand, and this is a country by country game. It's the landscape is different country by country, zone by zone, brand by brand. We have to understand the consumer decision journey, how the consumer shops, how the consumer is looking for information on beauty, where is the consumer doing the research, the reviews, who's influencing the consumer, and this is really based on that we take all the decisions in terms of allocating our growth drivers, in terms of allocating our media. We never said like we want to achieve, I don't know what, 52.7% in digital media. We went there because of the bottom-up consolidation of our consumers' expectations. And so today we are at more than 65% of our media invested in digital platforms. But that was not a conscious choice from the center. It was really based on consumer centricity. So I think that's one. And the other part is how to build agility into your company. So I mean, everybody's talking about agility, so that's great, you know. But I think for me, agility, it boils down to one thing: how can you make your company a learning company? And a learning company means, for L'Oréal, for example, we are running tens of thousands of campaigns or digital activations every year. We have built a system that we call the cockpit, where we are tracking every digital activation we are doing in media, in CRM, with influencers. So we track pretty much like every campaign. And based on that, it's a huge thing, it's a real-time thing. Based on that, we can see what is working, what is not working, what content is working, short, long, what trigger in CRM is working, what type of activation is working on Google or on Facebook. And what is interesting when you do that is that you start to infer what we call golden rules for executions. And this is really key because, you know, companies like ours have been doing, for example, advertising for the past 50 years, right? So everybody knows how to do a good TVC. So the difference between an excellent execution in TVC and the mediocre execution in TVC is small. In digital, since it's a nascent and it's a new métier, it's a new job, the variance, the difference between a very good execution and a very bad execution is very high. So our job is really, through this learning company approach based on data and golden rules, is really to harmonize and to average up the level of execution of everyone. And in fact, when you have a new platform emerging every, 6 to 12 months, you really have to have that as a muscle, built as a muscle in your company, this learning based on data that you can scale the best practice as soon as you understand how the platforms are working, how the algorithms are working. Really being able to scale that is making a massive difference.
Well, certainly learned a lot from you here. We started out with some simple percentage figures, and I think what you've done is given us a very clear sense of the texture and the subtlety of what lies behind those numbers. So thank you very much, Lubomir Rocher from L'Oréal, for being in the digital spotlight today.
Thank you, Daniel, for having me.
Remember, you can catch up with all of the CMO in the Spotlight films on demand right now on the Lions Live platform. And thank you to our sponsors, The Economist Group, for their support on this series. And that brings us to a short break here on Lions Live. Take a break, stretch your legs, or if you are fired up and want to keep learning, you can check out all the films already available on demand on Lions Live. We are going to be back here in about an hour, where we'll be joined by the second expert guide of the day, Elizabeth Barron. And we'll have another CMO in the spotlight with Microsoft's Kathleen Hall. You will also see the second exclusive Lions Intelligence Guide session with unparalleled insights from line-winning work to help transform your creative thinking. Finishing off the day with Lions Live Unwrapped, where Jones co-founder and Chief Creative Officer Jamie Robinson is going to do all the hard work for you and summarise the key takeaways from the day. I'll see you back here shortly. Hello and welcome. I'm Tina Dahealy and this is Lions Live, brought to you with our official streaming partner, YouTube. This week is all about sharpening your creative toolkit. But what are the skills required to future-proof your career? The new Expert Guide series, sponsored by Unity, brings you big thinkers from outside the industry to shed some light on how to master the creative skills of tomorrow. The creative use of technology has made it to the top spots of skills you need to know for the future by the World Economic Forum. So how can you navigate your career through technical creativity? We're going to find out now as we are joined by Unity's Enterprise Solutions Executive, Elizabeth Barron, as she shares her expertise of navigating technology. Elizabeth will be joining me for a Q&A straight after, so do please send in your questions for her as you watch along. This is Elizabeth Barron's Expert Guide to Navigating Your Career Through Technical Creativity.
Hello, I'm Elizabeth Barron, an Enterprise Solutions Executive at Unity Technologies. Working with the Unity team is a natural progression from the work I did at Ford Motor Company, leading immersive realities for product development. I love my new home at Unity because it enables me to realize the power of immersive realities as a new and different paradigm for cross-functional communication and collaboration. How can you be both technical and creative? How can you develop holistic and strategic processes that connects people both personally and scientifically to data representing product? If a picture is worth 1,000 words, what does it mean to have information presented to you in context, volumetrically, visually, with other senses, within a globally connected team? How great is that? In many cases, the technology is here, now, and ready for teams in design, engineering, and manufacturing to take advantage of. I'm going to share my 4 tips for navigating your career through technical creativity and demonstrate why approaching problems, considering the scientist and artist in everyone, leads to better solutions. We'll explore collective intelligence, intuitive insight, technical creativity, and talk about how to go for it, implementing your ideas. So let's go on a journey together, and I'll use the benefit of hindsight from my 30-plus year career. I'm happy to pass on concepts that spurred me on, buoyed me up, and helped maintain my sanity. Back in the day, a smart man named Douglas Engelbart showed a suite of innovative technologies. Later, this was termed the mother of all demos. He demonstrated the most fundamental aspects of modern computing. He showed Windows, hypertext, a graphical interface, efficient navigation and command input, video conferencing, a computer or mouse, word processing, rev control, and a collaborative real-time editor. This was open source, real-time collaboration with one person in Menlo Park and one person in San Francisco editing a document in real time together. Think of this. This was back in 1968. In essence, this is like Google Docs, which was launched 38 years later in 2006. Engelbart's desire was truly to make the world a better place, but it could have been better sooner. What if companies or organizations could have realized benefit from this prior to 2006? What innovations would have come if the tech was brought forth in the 80s or 90s? Engelbart described collective intelligence, how to extend your knowledge through the smart use of technology by providing more relevant information to make smarter decisions. Inspired by Engelbart's work and others, back in 1999, I had the strong belief in immersive virtual reality as a new paradigm for communication and discovery. I created my job, Virtual Reality and Advanced Visualization Technical Specialist. Back then, high-end visualization was a joke in VR. VR data looked like this: 60K polys in an entire virtual environment. I definitely needed to be courageous to bring this innovation to realize and apply what could be. But in my mind's eye, I had a vision that VR data could look like this. Without knowing it, I used intuitive insight to realize and apply my vision. But I have a backstory. In this picture of my family, I am the little girl with the cat-eye glasses. When I was a kid, I went to the eye docs and he turned to my mom and said, "She'll never be a fighter pilot." It's because I was born with conditions that prevented me from seeing 3D. Besides being terrible at most sports that involved a ball, it really didn't hold me back. But it led to my interest in physics, optics, photography, and I wondered a lot about how perception and cognition varies per person. Still curious, I continued to learn about 3D and I got a degree in computer graphics programming. But my reality was I saw part of the world. I would see with either my right eye or my left eye, but I never used my eyes together. I had a partial peripheral view and monovision. I understood the world like there was a window into the world, more like watching a TV than being fully surrounded by the world. I use coping mechanisms to supplement for my stereo blindness, and they usually worked. So I didn't really think about it as a kid. There are 15 monocular cues to perceive depth and 3 binocular cues. Normally, people who are stereo blind rely on these 15 cues to navigate through their world, and they get along just fine. To achieve proper alignment. And it's basically like this image. I had bad camber, caster, and toe in automotive terms. This is me after surgery. If you look at my eyes, you see they are nice and straight, but everything else is pretty messed up. Not to mention it looks like I lost a fist fight. But as a result of my new eyes, I view the world differently. I see a sense of spaciousness and volume surrounding me. Macro and micro level depth cues, the nuanced cues that provide so much information to everyone. A different emotional connection with people's faces, the depth, and everyone looks thinner and more expressive. And a feeling like I am more a part of the world around me. Instead of watching as the world goes by in front of me. And a new appreciation for the impact of color, variation, and light and shadow in the perception of depth. So what my eyes taught me, I believe applies to others. To future-proof your career, reevaluate everything continually. Think about how you and others work through natural thought processes. Become immersed in the product and try to foresee outcomes. Because it's about experience, it's about social interactions and how enterprise creates product. I developed an appreciation. I think we should all work like we think, immersed in our creations, using experience for intuitive insight. I think we all have a little bit of geek and artist within us to varying degrees, so let's use it to our advantage. Because innovation is technical, it calls for deep understanding, a rigorous discernment of applied knowledge. And we also need to think about procedure and have respect for the modus operandi. Determine what strategic steps are needed by knowing your audience. What is your process to create an innovation? What are your steps to get buy-in? How will you organize your time and talents? It's important to look for patterns and understand the priorities and frame a problem using analytic methods and understand social cues and norms. Because also innovation is creative. Each person has a significant role, and how they internalize the same information can be different. And then understanding a company's culture and social norms is important. Figuring out the personalities, the unofficial and official hierarchy. Understanding your industry's culture, which may be different from your company's, to relate to other professionals in your field. It's really important because you can learn from them. And then understand your company's business. Learn about other areas of your company and understand areas outside your wheelhouse, and always be an advocate for your company. Because remember, we are all connected together with the strong desire to create the best product. Functional attributes and engineering relate to design and beauty. User interaction and visualization and analytics connect, and these disciplines form a holistic innovation in insight. And it shows a multitude of disparate data unified into a common understanding. And this is the value of immersive product creation. It's so fantastic. And this communication is data rich. It brings a spreadsheet to life for an artist, and it brings an understanding of aesthetic design to an engineer. It's the perfect communication paradigm for unlike minds. And so the innovation and discovery path consists of multiple aspects. You have a great idea and the courage to see it through. Now what? Oh, go for it. I know you'll need help, lots of it. We all do. At the outset, you'll probably have no budget and maybe a small team. But you need fortitude, support from senior leaders and various groups in the company, hopefully some money, and the ability to collaborate not only within your company, but with trusted suppliers that can help you realize your vision. And always question it. Be curious about the workings and processes of your company. Have the courage to ask why if something doesn't make sense. Be deliberate about what you know, when to be bold, and when to ask for help. And have the courage to say, I don't know, because sometimes that's when discovery happens. And advocate for it. Think like a startup and think like a multinational. A startup has a free-thinking, scrappy attitude, and they can do a lot with a little budget and be very resourceful. A multinational, on the other hand, thinks about shareholder value, which is their ultimate responsibility. And yours as an innovator, no matter if you own the company or you are a part of it. Understand that most multinationals by nature are risk adverse, but become their chief advocate. Become a trusted intrapreneur. Fail fast, take risks within reason. Study it. This is so important. Do evaluative research within your company. Observe others in their native habitat. Gain insight into how they work and the lingo that they use. Look critically and objectively at the benefits and the risks of what you're doing compared to how they work. Objectively assess the stability and tech worthiness of what you're doing and bringing to people. And be very transparent about failure modes. And provide a usability spectrum for a practical phased approach that gets better over time. And then own it. Take responsibility for your successes and failures. Because for every great success, there are also disappointments. So, course correct. Not every aspect of an innovation is a winner. But having the core belief and understanding of how the innovation works with a global team will ensure its long-term viability. And share it. No one creates awesome tech alone. Share in success. Acknowledge your teammates. Elevate them. Be their biggest advocate. Talk about them behind their backs. Create shared success. Make others look good who use your tech. And communicate it. Determine real benefits, real ROI, and show examples to people. Be strategic. Communicate top down and bottom up. And note that sometimes seeing the tech from external sources can make it more valuable internally. And apply it. Recall Engelbart described collective intelligence, how to extend your knowledge through the smart use of technology. Present information to people at the time that they can consume it and understand it, and people will make smarter decisions. And enjoy it. Here are a few thoughts to get you through. Keep your perspective. Your job can be good and bad at the same time, sometimes within the same day. So focus on the end result and those relationships. Be resourceful. Figure out a way to do something that no one's done before. It's so satisfying. Figure out a way to tell someone something that they've not heard before, whether that's good or bad. Innovate, explore low-cost solutions, and get back to basics if needed, even if it means a trip to the dollar store. Have confidence and course correct. Do the right thing. Take chances, knowing you may receive praise or condemnation. But don't do anything solely for your own benefit. Be very aware that your actions should promote your company's goals. Finally, regarding my journey, I understand that many of us have challenges. My visual issues are minor in comparison to others. Everything happens for a reason. I'm glad my path took me to Unity so that I can do my best to be a part of something great, to work with companies to realize intuitive insights to express their form of technical creativity. I thank you for your time, and I hope that if nothing else, I've given you an appreciation of the gifts that you have been given and maybe didn't realize. Have a wonderful day.
And Elizabeth Barron now joins us virtually in the studio. Thank you, Elizabeth. So many practical tips there. Lots of questions have come in for you. I'll go straight to the first one, which is, how do you find inspiration for your new projects? What keeps you motivated?
Well, hello, Tina. Thank you for having me. What keeps me motivated is the amazing tech that shows people new ways and provides like new information for teams. And it's such a delight when technology is deployed well and brought to people in a manner that speaks to them, and they understand things in a new way. It's absolutely fantastic. It's extremely motivating, and it never ends.
What is the single most important piece of advice you could share with anyone at the beginning of their creative career?
Oh, wow. I would say it's single most. Wow. Fortitude. Have a lot of fortitude and stick with it. If you believe in your ideas and the direction that you're on, stick with it, because it's not easy when you're introducing major change into organizations or cultures that are really used to doing something in a specific way.
Elizabeth, is it more challenging to be a woman in the immersive technologies industry? What's your advice for women in the tech sector? Any examples, if you would?
Oh, sure thing. So it's interesting because I think it's much better now than when I started my career. And I think when I look back on 30 plus years ago and starting out as a woman in a field of tech, I think there were some stereotypes and, some things that maybe weren't such an advantage to women. But now I think the playing field is pretty level. I don't think it's perfect, but I think it's pretty level. And I think the potential disadvantage of, I would say, is maybe being talked over and like overlooked in meetings where you really have to be forceful and bring your point up. But I also think there are distinct advantages. And one of the main ones is I think that women's approach to solving technology problems is oftentimes really beneficial to the optimal function of the person, the human's interface with the technology. So like the innate consideration of how people work and what they think and why they do what they do, I think possibly comes more natural to women. And in that case, the interface that is developed could be, more intuitive.
What's the secret in bringing tech and creativity together? How can you make them work better together?
So I think the secret is to push the bounds of the technology for its useful implementation. And so what I mean by that is one of the things I've noticed in tech is there's a fear of missing out. There's some new piece of tech out there and somebody's like, I want this new thing. Why are we using this old thing? I want to do it this new way. Well, the new way might not be stable. It might not provide a seamless integration. It might not allow people to think naturally so that they can get their job done. So the real answer to that is to implement leading edge, but not bleeding edge, and make it stable and reliable and let the technology get out of the way, because the main reason for using tech is to gain efficiency and insight into product creation or whatever the role is for the tech. It's not about the tech itself. It's about the answers that you get with the technology.
So building on what you've just talked about, this following question is, we're all overwhelmed with the number of new technologies. How can you choose the right technology for your brand? Can you share any advice?
So the right technology presents itself in stability and in process. And so the way somebody works and how they realize answers might lead somebody to one technology over another. And so an example of that is if somebody is used to working in the physical world, touching a prototype and really understanding proportion and like of an automobile, let's say, if somebody is used to working with a clay model, introducing a fully virtual world might not be the best next step for them. So the next best step might be an augmented reality approach that allows them to see through to the real world, but then also get aspects of a virtual world that they can get efficiency from. And then that might be the gateway to go into a fully virtual environment and then realize major efficiencies with huge differences between one option and another, and being able to choose like a totally different environment to be in and really let your mind go free. But there's usually a step-by-step process to introducing technology and then choosing which thing is the right thing for that job.
What's the most exciting part of working with immersive technologies?
The most exciting part is easily the insight that people get when it's done really well. So I cannot express how awesome it is to attend meetings where people are using immersive technologies and understand things in a way that they never could have before. So they'll look at something on a monitor or on a huge power wall, and they'll spin around a model and they'll look at things and they find some issues, but that's it. They get immersed in a whole environment and everything opens up. And the connection that somebody gets to their data is just fantastic. And that leads to like a high throughput discovery. And that's easily my favorite part about working in immersive technologies.
As a woman in STEM, can you share some advice on how to navigate and progress a career in an industry that is still predominantly male?
Yeah, sure. So I would say play your strengths. And by that, I mean, like I had alluded to earlier, I think women have special talents in their way of thinking, and it's different. And I think the success that I had in developing immersive environments for Ford, partly, totally, I guess, was from me being a woman, because I was able to see the importance of a high quality display, of presenting data in context, for a natural approach to being in a virtual environment, which might seem counterintuitive. And so I thought those were my strengths. I like to, dress up nice, and I like to wear jewelry, and, so style is a part, whether you like it or not for me, but it's a part of my core. And I used that part of my core along with my love for science and visualization and technology. And so I think that every woman has a unique and special thing to offer, and every person does, every man does too. And finding what that is and letting it come out, and not trying to change yourself to be more like the guys that are there, because I have seen that happen. I've seen women start out early in career and then kind of end up dressing one way at the beginning of their career and then wearing like polo shirts and khakis mid-career, trying to fit in. So my advice is to maintain who you are and realize that who you are offers a lot of strengths, and you can really add a lot of value by being who you are and being true to yourself, and then using your insights to make better product and better technology.
That's great advice. The next question is, what are the fundamental skills or qualities you look for when hiring, and why?
So I look for curiosity. I, of course, look for prior work. And that includes for college, if you have, work at university that can speak for itself. I really look for the technical and the creative together. I think that, like I said in my talk, everyone has some artists and some scientists in them. And I think that the marriage of those two produces amazing things. So I look for that. And then a bit of boldness and a bit of risk-taking as well. So yeah, it's really looking for somebody that has like the go for it attitude, but also is very collaborative in their approach to working in a team.
What's the most important lesson you've learned throughout your extremely impressive and inspiring career in the creative tech sector?
First of all, thank you. I appreciate that. It's my most important lesson learned. I think it's that I really, with my visual issues and not being able to see in 3D and being in a 3D profession, like I chose that, I was very guarded about who knew that. So basically, the whole time I was developing immersive 3D tech, I really didn't tell hardly anybody. So about 2 or 3 people knew that I worked with that would help me. And I'm immensely grateful to those people. But I think what I learned is I really didn't need to hide that. My disability really was an enabler for understanding what the technology could be. And then when I had my eyes fixed, I think I realized that disabilities don't need to be locked away and hidden and downplayed. I don't think they should be elevated either, but I think that it's part of the whole package of the person. And I wish I would have looked back on that and maybe talked about it some more. And maybe I could have worked with some other people that had a similar issue and realized it wasn't, so terrible after all.
I think we've got time to squeeze in one more very quickly. Thank you, Elizabeth. I found your film very inspiring. How can we be more brave and confident with our own innovative ideas? Can you share any more advice?
Oh, wow. Okay. So I think bravery comes from within. And the way that you can realize that is to know at your core that you have a good idea and you have a set of good ideas and they're really worth fighting for. And I think bravery also comes from others around you. And when you, like I said, your job can be good and bad at the same time in the same day. And so when you feel defeated because you tried something and maybe you got shut down, look for something good that happened that day and use that to spur you on to keep you going, and just realize that your ideas are worth fighting for and that you're playing the long game. And part of being brave, I think, is just having that long game.
Elizabeth, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for your expert guide. Thank you for answering our viewers' questions. We're going to have to leave it there. You can tell us what you think of all the sessions on Lions Live by sharing your feedback in the poll on your screen. At Lions, the focus is all about driving progress through creativity, taking a closer look at what truly goes into making great creative work that pushes society, business and creativity forward. If you're thinking of entering Cannes Lions this year, here's a little bit of inspiration.
For most of you, a sofa is just that, a sofa. For me, it's a challenge. To sit down, to get up. One day, when I couldn't get up from one of IKEA's sofas, I had time to come up with a very selfish idea. Small hacks that would make IKEA furniture more accessible for people like me. I later found out that it wasn't so selfish after all.
Every night before I turn off my mega switch, I think to myself, if I can make this happen, I can make anything.
fantastic. Do follow the hashtag Moments That Moved the World to see more stories behind groundbreaking Lion-winning work. Up next is the second CMO in the Spotlight session today, sponsored by The Economist Group. This is your opportunity to hear firsthand what's front of mind for these leading marketers. In the Spotlight now is Kathleen Hall, the Chief Brand Officer of Microsoft. And digging into the questions that matter is the Executive and Diplomatic Editor of The Economist, Daniel Franklin. I'm going to be joined by Kathleen after the session to take all of your questions, so do please send them in as you watch along. Over to Kathleen and Daniel.
Hello, I'm Daniel Franklin, Executive Editor at The Economist. The weekly newspaper sits within The Economist Group, which works with a wide range of commercial clients to help them respond to the transformation around us. And that's why all this week we're putting CMOs in the spotlight at Lions Live. And in the spotlight with me today is Kathleen Hall, Chief Brand Officer at Microsoft. Kathleen, welcome.
Hi, thanks for having me.
So this is a very tricky time, I would say, a very challenging time, clearly, for anybody in the marketing or branding business. Almost a scary time because the world is changing so fast and there are so many sensitivities out there. How do you handle that? How do you go about it?
It is a super challenging time for brands because to be authentic and relevant, you have to be very in tune with social context and tone. And the speed at which context is changing today is frightening. I mean, every week there's a different kind of movement or action or need happening. And, the best thing we can do is to have a very diverse team, first of all, that's very in touch with what the social context is, and just try and keep our fingers on the pulse of it to know where the brand kind of fits within it. It's
and how do you get the balance right between kind of fear, because you don't want to it's so easy to make a gaffe, right? And if you make a gaffe, you're picked up everywhere instantly. Between fear and creativity, because there's also tremendous scope for the adrenaline to kick in and to do exciting stuff.
Yeah, and it's funny. I wanted to have T-shirts made for several years now that says fear is not a strategy. Like, you can't have fear define what you do. And I feel like we've been fairly fearless marketers historically, but in this latest context, I do feel it creeping in because it almost feels like in the cancel culture, it's very hard to do anything right. Like the pressure is so intense and the needle that you're threading is so narrow that you have to be careful, but it can't paralyze you. I mean, we've got to make movement in these markets. And I think the best thing we can continually remind ourselves to do is root in authenticity. So make sure that the root of everything we're doing is true. And it's not only true, it used to be true about your products, used to very much focus on, is there a product truth here? Now it has to be true about your brand and your values and your social programs and your philanthropic programs. Like, there's a much broader context for truth that will be scrutinized, and we have to make sure the goods are there.
Well, I'd like to pick you up on truth and authenticity in a moment, but let's talk about the context for the brand and Microsoft. Clearly, Microsoft is right in the front line of the pandemic and the economy that is evolving around it or adjusting to it. So talk a little bit about what that means for you in your work to be, I think, as you put it to me the other day, the first responder to the first responders.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the context we found ourselves in early on, where our technology is so present in a lot of the major services and sort of big organizations in the world that take care of people in times of trouble, that we were thrust to the forefront pretty quickly. The good news is a lot of those organizations had our technology at their foundation. It was more, I think, warp speed ramping people on their use. I mean, even us right now using Teams and learning all the different ways we can leverage it. I think that's what we had to do for organizations in super fast speed and super challenging times so that everybody was instantaneously connected remotely and could continue to collaborate. I mean, people like, St. Luke's Hospital, who immediately had to go into how do we shift from seeing people physically to seeing people virtually? How can we share x-rays? Is the fidelity high enough in the video to be able to do that? The London Metropolitan Police, can we keep policing and having teams connected in a way that doesn't put them at risk with each other? Those are like big, hairy problems that hit us fast and furious. I mean, hit the people dealing with it fast and furious, and us to support them in it. And I feel like we kind of rose to the occasion, I think, thanks to the technology.
Back to the authenticity point. I mean, there is a danger, isn't there, that brands get over saccharine in trying to say, what a wonderful emotional job they've done in these challenging times, and to the point where it becomes a little bit too much for the consumer. And you say, just come on, these are really tough times. So. Again, there's a balance to be struck. You want to tell emotional stories, but you don't want to lay it on too thick. So how do you get that right?
Yeah, we read that pretty early. This empathy overload, we're all in it together and we're going to get through it and we're with you, really sounds hollow pretty fast, and or anonymous. Pretty soon everybody sounds like each other. I think what's held us kind of pretty steady and been our true north has been, we make the customer's voice our voice. So it's not about what we're doing and how you should feel about it. It's about how the people using our products are using them and how they feel about it. And I think that helps a lot in that it's completely authentic, and it's not saccharinated. We don't code it. We don't package it and present it to you. It's pretty raw. It was literally raw, as I think we talked about a little bit before, where our method of production had to shift from polished, pre-scripted, high production to all we could do is get people on Teams and talk about them and literally record them through the product. So there was no varnish to be put on it. And I think that was effective for us.
So what does that mean for the creative process? I mean, clearly it's harder not to be in the same room, not to have that kind of bouncing ideas off one another that you get with physical presence. But how have you adjusted to that? Clearly you have to use the technology that to some extent you facilitate. But how do you recompense for the creative spark that can't flow in person in the same way?
Yeah, I think I'm fairly skeptical. Because I feel like there is a physical energy to creativity that happens in a room together. And I think I was very pleasantly surprised early on how much of that could be accomplished through tools like Teams. And it's not just the video face-to-face calling part of it, but the ability to whiteboard and the ability to post right into messaging and have us, like we literally edited commercials via Teams rather than being in an edit studio together. So I was pleasantly surprised how the tools evolved to really compensate, I'd say 90% for what physical used to feel like. There's still part of me that misses that, the kind of ribbing you give each other, or you're walking to the cafeteria and you're like, yeah, that wasn't as great as I want. Like there's the casual part of it is still important, but I think I've been pleasantly surprised how much we've been able to compensate via the tools. I think the creation part worked fairly well. I was more challenged on the editorial part, the physical, how do we now edit content? Because that used to be, the ultimate collaborator. You're in an edit studio together with a very small group of people. And even that, we kind of figured it out. I think, again, putting it on the screen and editing together. I think what's happening, though, in a macro level creatively is we're being forced to distill back to not the techniques and tricks we can use in an edit process, but the idea being solid. It's not about the varnish, like you used the word before about the saccharine or the varnish. You could sometimes compensate for a not so great idea with how we put together the music and the energy and the pictures. You don't really have that luxury anymore. You kind of have to have a good idea behind it because you're limited in the tools now.
And getting that idea, often working together with agencies is a critical part of that. How has this changed how is that evolving?
Well, we used to be physically together at least once or twice a week, and we converted that to at least 2 to 3 times a week. I think we've upped the volume so that we stay connected. And like I said, I think it's almost there. It's not quite the same, but we're working it.
And your own teams, your own internally, keeping people together, it's always a challenge. How is this affecting both the way that you work and also who you need, the kind of skills you need to produce what you need to produce now? That's presumably changing too.
Yeah, it is. I think that I feel the toll a little bit more on the internal teams than I do with working with the external teams, in that the sheer fatigue, the video fatigue. It's funny, we have Wellness Wednesdays where we have outside speakers come in and try and help the team kind of maintain their mental health and physical health. And one of the points that the speaker made was that your brain actually is not programmed to continuously receive fixed visual content. When you're in a conference room, your depth of field is changing. You're doodling, you're smiling. This fixed attentiveness is very draining. So it was good because it validated what we were all feeling. And she basically said, which I agree with, feel free to turn off video sometimes. Feel free to get in the car and drive as you're having a meeting, so you have stimulation that's different. I think all of those tools we're trying to leverage to make the tax of, kind of continuous stress and monotony be a little bit less. It's taxing. All of our teams have all the context of the family pressures and, kids. I have a 70% female team, and a lot of them are, the burden of homeschooling is kind of falling to them, and the, time shifting and all the things we need to do to accommodate that.
And would you recommend, I think the Wellness Wednesday is a fascinating idea. Would you recommend that as are there any other kind of tips that you would give that have helped you and your team through this?
Yeah, there's a couple of things that we have gotten great feedback from the team, and I feel myself. One is, fairly early on, we blocked midday mandatory no meetings. So at first we did 12 to 1. What we found is that it's actually not quite enough time if you wanted to actually help your kids with homework or run to a grocery store. So we have a mandatory block of 12 to 1:30 every day, where it comes from my calendar that it's blocked. And, you can opt to maybe unblock it if you need to really meet, but we try to keep that sacrosanct. And the feedback from people is just knowing that you have that break in the day that you can prioritize for yourself. It's not you're not working. It could be that's your chance to answer the 12 mails that you got, or that's your chance to kind of really focus on a project. But the sense of control it gives people has been super helpful. That, and very early on, I myself was dealing with it. There's no bio break. There's no water break. You could go from meeting to meeting to meeting, and everybody knows they can book it because where else are you, right? Where could you possibly be that you declined a meeting? So we went very early on to 50-minute meetings. And what we learned is it's not about, necessarily ending them early, because no one stops talking at 10 of the hour. But if you start them at 10 after the hour, you can pretty much make that work. People are so trained that at that hour break is when the meeting ends. So that, I think, has been a very good tool. And then the third thing we did was, there was a real sense of missing the social connection and community, the fun part of work. And we have a big giving campaign period where we focus on all of our philanthropic giving. And as a result of that, there used to be a lot of activities like cupcake contests and, crazy trivia and all that kind of stuff. So we enacted a lot of those virtually. And in doing so, people said, God, that's what we miss, where we just get together and laugh and do things that aren't work focused. So coming out of the Giving Month, we decided to keep those social connections and groups going. So we have, I think, 6 affinity groups that we're running across the team. One's podcast, one's a reading group, one's a viewing group. There's a cocktail mixing team. And those teams get together across disciplines and, kind of do their thing and then publish their weekly notes. So like, this is our cocktail of the week, or if you haven't been watching Bridgerton, you should, that kind of thing. So those 3 things I think have been the most kind of helpful and positive that we've enacted.
Well, sign me up for the cocktail mixing one. I think I'd love to do that. I feel that there is perhaps a connection here between what you were talking about earlier, externally, the authenticity part, and what you've just been talking about internally, because in all this and the danger of being cut off from the world physically, there's a need to stay connected with people's real world concerns. And what you're just describing is a very acute awareness of the practicalities of people's lives and staying connected with those. So how important do you think is it to keep the connection between what you're doing externally, the real world externally, and the real world of people's working lives that you're handling internally?
It's super important, because your employees hold you accountable. And in a way, we are a microcosm or a beta for everything we espouse, right? Like how we live and work is how we then help our clients model their working. So I think it's super important that we live values and we continue to experiment. Like there's no playbook here. We keep just trying to monitor sentiment, challenges, obstacles, and what can we keep doing to remove those. I mean, it's leadership squared. It's kind of what we used to do, but the context was always so focused on, building 37, where I used to work. And now it's not building 37. It's everybody's homes and life experiences is your context now. And it's harder.
So let's talk a little bit about the brand challenges specifically for Microsoft in the future. You've got some new competitors. I'm sure you've always got lots of competitors on the horizon, but in this video conferencing space, there are some very prominent newcomers. How is that affecting you? Is that big on your radar screen, or is there something else that sort of is keeping you worried about how to make sure you're doing what's right for the brand?
Well, I think we're always hypersensitive to competition and we're always aware. I think at the same time, we're very clear where our territory is and what our focus is. And, I'm sure you're referring to Zoom as an example. Zoom may be very socially present, but in terms of actually getting work done, we have advantages that we think are fairly significant, and we've seen the marketplace embrace as significant. In that, for example, we're not video conferencing. We're not, make a call to family and friends and have a birthday party virtually. We're about, let's share these files, let's edit this spot, let's share video, let's whiteboard together real time, save that document, distribute it to everybody. It's more about, real work collaboration and depth of substance really than it is about video conferencing. So I think that's a difference that will continue to grow between us and the competition.
And more generally, the brand challenges that you face, or that what keeps you up at night?
The brand challenges that we face are somewhat ironic. Historically, we used to lose sleep over the fact that when the big tech companies were mentioned, Microsoft often was not. So you have Facebook and Google and Amazon, no Microsoft. Now we're quite pleased with that, actually, because the context that those brands are being mentioned in are often not so positive, given what's going on in the world. And I think, essential to the Microsoft brand is trust, trust and integrity. And I think what I don't lose sleep over is not being grouped with the other tech companies right now and being somewhat aside from them. So that's great. The things I do lose sleep over are anticipating and making sure we take action against where we need to do better. And we know where those areas are. I mean, the tech industry as a whole has not been great in terms of representation of diverse groups. And we've been putting a lot of focus on that for a long time. You can even see it in our creative work. Our representation has been fairly diverse for a very long time. But we need to walk the walk even more there. We are focused on representation within the company. We're focused on investing in the communities around us. And we're focused on leveraging our might with our partners. We have a lot of weight with partners, and who we hire and who we fund, is really important, and making sure that minority ownership and minority representation in those partners is there. And we've done that with our agencies. I mean, we've seen a 50% increase in people of color on our teams in the last 3 years because we focused on it. So we're using our kind of buying power to influence beyond our own company. So those are the things we're focused on.
And in terms of measuring impact and measuring, generally the work that you're doing, how is that changing? Because data is abundant these days, and you as a tech company would know better than most. Is there an art developing in how to use those data?
I would say we've been fairly developed in advance of this. So I think the journey for a long time for us as marketers has been discernible impact, right? The way you justify, I work for a tech company. So in order to sort of justify investment and understand impact, we've had to have measurement in place for a long time, both at the brand level and at the product level. I'm happy that we've had the brand level measurement in place for so long, because it's important to see how things are moving and trending now, both in the world at large with our competition and then with us. And we look at things in those contexts. So, the issue of trust, is trust going up or down for tech, and where is Microsoft's trust within that? Our perceptions around innovation, our perceptions around being a good corporate citizen. We have all those kind of long tail. We've had those in place for a long time, and they're very helpful to us to know what to focus on and where both opportunity and risk are.
And in terms of channels, how is that evolving? A lot of what you're talking about, it strikes me, you kind of go between or straddle the B2B and B2C, because you're talking about consumers, but a lot of the clients, the people actually buying the big contracts for Microsoft, presumably corporate clients. So where are you directing your efforts? You presumably have to do both, but how is that mix evolving?
Yeah, I think you can almost see from what we're focusing on right now, which is Surface and Teams, we bridge both worlds almost all the time. And I think one of the early learnings through a lot of the measurement we do is there isn't really consumer and commercial, or individual and BDM, ITDM, those labels we give people. There's humans, and we found early on that there's resonance in messaging that cuts across job title and responsibility, that actually moves people more than trying to talk to them through the filter of that role. So for example, the Xbox Adaptive Controller ad that we had done on the Super Bowl, when we measured that against BDMs and ITDMs' likelihood to do business with Microsoft, it was exponential increase. None of them are buying an Xbox Adaptive Controller, but they're buying into what that represented in terms of our company's values and focus. So I think we're constantly measuring across and realizing there's bridge connections to be made across those audiences that benefit sort of both sides of the house.
Thank you very much indeed, Kathleen Hall, for being in the spotlight today.
Kathleen Hall now joins me here virtually in the studio. A very warm welcome, Kathleen. We've had lots of questions come in for you from our viewers. Let's dive straight into the first one from Rakib, who says, how are you balancing between revenue-focused communications and brand-focused campaigns with the added economic pressures of an ongoing pandemic?
It's a great question, because that is the pressure on all of us right now, the short-term ROI balance with the long-term brand building and relationship development. And frankly, we measure everything against both standards. So every campaign we do has a short-term ROI, purchase intent, purchase share component, as well as how are we moving the brand. And we're pretty upfront in the beginning about which is the primary focus of a communication. So is it primarily about building brand and relationship, brand love and connection, or is it primarily about driving sales short term? But everything is measured on both, and everything should do both.
Isar wants to know, how do you translate the growth mindset into the brand building strategies of Microsoft?
Well, I think brand building in and of itself has always been about having a growth mindset, right? You execute, you learn about context in the social environment, and you try to tap into that. I don't think there's a more directed growth mindset sort of area than brand building is, because you're constantly evolving. The world is constantly evolving. Your brand is evolving, and you're trying to align those two to maximize kind of impact and relevance all the time. So to me, it's continuous Kaizen. It's constant growth mindset.
Okay. What are your tips on making your team and the entire brand believe in your creative ideas? Is that more difficult these days during the COVID-19 pandemic?
I think my tip is get out of the bubble. We so end up in our internal gestalt and mindset. Even when we're physically not there, you're still part of a very closed culture oftentimes in your company, and you have to make sure you stay outside that and continually take the real consumer perspective anywhere and any way you can get it. I'm lucky I have a great big extended family, and they're not generally in this industry, so they're often great sounding boards for what's going on in the real world, how people really feel it, as well as typical research we get that tells us what's happening in the real world. So my big advice is don't get caught up in the internal bubble.
But talking about the internal bubble, how do you foster collaboration in a remote work environment? Can you share more practical examples from Microsoft?
Well, we're all on Teams, and I think Teams has been an invaluable tool. I'm not going to sell my own product. I think a really important collaboration piece of advice is we generally spend the first 10 minutes or so of a meeting just talking to each other about how we're doing. What's going on? How are the kids? Are you back at school yet? How's everybody feeling? And I think that, maintaining that kind of social personal is great foundation for then beginning our creative work, because great creative work and great ideas come out of a very trustful relationship, and trust is built on knowing each other. So take the time, is my advice, in your day-to-day interactions to make sure you're staying sort of emotionally connected to your team. And again, that's a sort of small example of outside the bubble. We're not just talking about work the minute we get on a call. We're all connecting.
Also, I love your idea about starting a call at 10 past the hour or quarter past the hour, because we all have that mindset of stopping something on the hour. That's a great idea. What are the practical steps you're taking to improve representation of various minorities at your organisation?
Well, we got a bunch going on. We've really shifted our recruitment methodology and our recruitment partners to make sure we are absolutely having minority representation in our interview loops. And in fact, we're making sure by review, frankly, I make sure that we have diverse representation in our interview loops. So that's one important practical step. And the other is, I kind of mentioned in the Q&A, we're making sure we use our sort of might in the world with our partners to make sure that they both focus on representation, and they are, minority ownership is represented in our partnership pool. So we work really hard just monitoring. And I think my advice to people doing it is, don't make it complicated. We have a very simple, 4x4 Excel spreadsheet we work with McCann and with our media agency on to make sure, Dentsu, that we're keeping an eye on things. Because generally what happens is minority representation tends to increase. And then when cuts start to be made or sort of challenges occur, they're overrepresented in some of the change. So you got to continually monitor. So that's kind of how we're addressing it.
What are the technological trends you are most excited about?
Oh, there's a lot. I think the use of AI in our industry is going to be very significant. I think we are very data driven, and some of that, sort of data focus is very labor intensive occasionally. And I think the ability for AI to help us make smarter, more informed decisions is going to be really meaningful for marketing. I also think the use of virtual reality and mixed reality in creative art form and in expression is going to be interesting in the near term. Very near term, I think we're going to begin to see more and more of that. And I think that's exciting. So I'm looking forward to those too.
You've touched on remote working. What are the biggest challenges of remote leadership? And what are your top tips for leaders managing their teams remotely?
The biggest challenge to remote leadership for me is my dogs, because they interrupt me constantly.
They haven't interrupted you so far, though.
I know, I'm watching him out of the corner of my eye. The German Shepherd's out on the front porch. I think the biggest challenge for leadership is sort of the emotional connection that leaders need to have with their team. And, making sure, I think there's a balance we're all trying to strike between taxing people and making sure you're connected. So the last thing anybody wants is more meetings on their calendar, yet there's no other way to connect than on meetings. So we're doing a couple things to stay connected. As I said, we're making sure we tap in and check in with each other. I also do a lot of open agenda meetings now where there's not slides planned and content jammed. I have a manager meeting right after this, as a matter of fact, and it's an open conversation. We just want to hear from people how things are going, how they're feeling. And it's funny, it's kind of like in a relationship. Sometimes when you want to, tell your husband what's not working, it's not that you really expect him to change it, but just saying it makes you feel better. So that's kind of sometimes what happens, I think, in leadership. People just want to be heard and understand that you're feeling what they're feeling. And I think that's important.
You've mentioned Microsoft makes customers voice their own voice. Can you share more practical examples on how your brand's doing that?
Well, I think if you look at our creative, you see it constantly. Owen, the 9.5-year-old who says, I love video games and I love video games. We find real people who have real passion for our products, whether it's teachers or police officers or healthcare workers, you see it all represented in our creative work. And there's no better voice than a real person advocating for your product and brand in a way that, other people can relate to. And that's really what we're all about. Real people doing amazing things with our products.
We've heard a lot on Lions Live about the importance of the skill of curiosity. How do you keep yourself curious as a brand leader?
It's so funny. I was just talking to the producer about whether or not they're going to watch the Meghan Markle interview with Oprah Winfrey. I keep myself curious by staying very much in touch with, just sort of general social and entertainment media. I like to feel and know what's going on in the world. And I read all the trash magazines, or at least read them online, and I read a lot of news. So I think that's my sort of method of staying very connected.
This whole week at Lions Live is about learning new skills. What are the new skills you've learnt recently?
Work skills or outside of work?
I mean, take your pick, both.
Take my pick. I have become a big snowshoer. I am up here in the mountains and there's a ton of snow and I have very active dogs. And I've realized I take 1 or 2 meetings a day, actually, and I give this advice to everybody that are walking meetings. So I try to make sure there's not a lot of PowerPoint heavy, it's mostly conversation. And I take my phone out and I get my snowshoes on and I take my dogs and for an hour I walk in the woods. And it's just so amazingly mind clearing and healthy. And I find I'm actually more focused, not staring at a screen. I actually have really high recall of those conversations and I feel good. And the dogs are tired. That's a good thing.
Always a good thing. Kathleen, we are out of time. Thank you. Fascinating insights there. And thank you all for sending us your questions.
Thanks for having me.
Up next, we have the second of 3 exclusive Lions Intelligence Guides. With unique insights from Lion-winning work, these films provide you with best practice examples to build your creative capabilities. The age-old craft of storytelling has always been the bedrock of the creative industry. While the basics of good storytelling remain the same, the environment, platforms and culture in which these stories live have evolved. So too have the techniques and technologies that bring them to life. Get ready for some creative firepower to enliven your storytelling today with the Lions Guide to Modern Storytelling.
I am obsessed with the emotion of what makes people tick. I am obsessed with how people feel. And that is what we are about. From the very best stuff we do, it makes people feel, so it touches people.
The power of storytelling in brand communications cannot be underestimated. For decades, the creative industry has been employing age-old techniques of storytelling to create arresting narratives that bring brand values to life. 67 years worth of unique Cannes Lions data supports this. Quite simply, good stories captivate us. Today, we will explore the characteristics of successful modern brand storytelling. We're here to highlight 4 trends that we see winning in the creative work at Cannes Lions and share best-in-class examples to inspire you. I'm Charlotte Williams, VP of Content for Lions, and this is the Lions Guide to Modern Storytelling. Brand storytelling can help build emotional affinity and engagement. When we look at the Cannes Lions Creative Effectiveness Lines, the number of shortlisted entries using storytelling as a creative strategy jumped from 9% in 2018 to 31% in 2019. Many of the elements that make up a good story haven't changed since the Stone Age. There are obvious evergreen features such as plot and character development that will always remain true. And here are a few expert storytellers from the Cannes Lions stage reminding us of the importance of those elements.
One of the things I think that gives stories a lot of power is this thing that I think we don't often talk about or think about, and that is just the motion in a story. Like, if you think about it in its simplest form, a story is just literally just a sequence of events. Like, this happened and that led to this next thing and that led to this next thing. What makes it a story is the forward momentum of events, and that momentum is so powerful.
The way we tell stories is changing. We have directors, we have filmmakers, we have script writers, but actually the audience is now taking such an important part in how we tell our stories, how we receive our stories. They're active and dynamic in storytelling.
My favorite phrase is, am I engaged? Have you engaged me? And even something that doesn't look so good, but for some reason or other, the story is engaging, and the person doing it even is quite good or is very good, and I'm engaged, that is your first priority.
While the basics of good storytelling remain the same, the environment, platforms and culture in which these stories live have evolved, as have the techniques and technologies that bring them to life. Finding a human truth to inform a story isn't a new tactic, but what has changed is the willingness of brands to expose the rawness of those human truths. This is about highlighting the difference in how people experience those truths. One trend we're seeing is brands exposing hidden or uncomfortable truths. P&G's The Talk is one of the most awarded examples of this.
That is not a compliment.
It's an ugly, nasty word.
It sensitively exposes the difference in racial experiences of the coming-of-age talk that parents all over the world have with their kids. For many, this is a conversation limited to sex and dating, but for many others, it's a conversation about prejudice and discrimination.
This is about you not coming home. I'm gonna be okay. Right? Okay.
In its Grand Prix winning work, Dutch telecom company KPN also sought to remind us of the brutal realities of war in an original piece of storytelling centred on a character called Evert 45.
Hello! Hi! Ik ben Evert.
Based on true stories of ordinary Dutch people from the Second World War, Evert's character shared content about his life during the war, but via modern channels such as videos, blogs and social posts. In doing so, the youngest generation were reminded of the reality of war and the value of freedom. Uncovering an uncomfortable truth doesn't always have to dictate a serious narrative, though. Used appropriately, they can form the basis of fun, compelling content. A great example of this is Mucinex's Super Sick Monday.
It's post-game in America. And right about now, millions of you are thinking about calling in sick to work tomorrow. One small problem with that. You won't really be sick at all. You'll be faking it. Shame on you, America.
So why does truth-telling matter? And what can successful work teach us? Exposing real and uncomfortable truths helps brands build resonance and relevance with audiences. It shows a genuine effort to understand people, and if presented originally, allows brands to present themselves as on the consumer's side. For more evidence of the power of the truth, look at the 2019 Creative Strategy Lion winners. Analysis of the 2019 winners showed that 65% of winning work was heavily based on real truths unearthed by research. Narratives that speak the real truth can form the bedrock of modern storytelling. A second impactful strategy in modern storytelling is story-first, brand-light work. In essence, this is generous storytelling with a lighter touch when it comes to brand and product information. In his assessment of the Eurobest 2020 film winners, Bruno Bertelli, Global CCO of Publicis Worldwide and Publicis Group, explained that the jury saw more films leading with beautifully crafted storytelling and less obvious advertising ideas. The films that made the cut this year told stories that evoked emotion in an effort to connect with and captivate audiences. Grand Prix winner Burger King's famous Mouldy Whopper depicts a time-lapse video of its decay and artfully illustrates its preservative-free policy. Lacoste's Crocodile Inside, where a couple's breakup is portrayed through the literal dismantling of the world around them, is an unconventional interpretation of its Life is a Beautiful Sport platform. And finally, Francesca, a film by Diesel exploring trans identity, expresses the brand's support of freedom to live one's individuality in full. In a world of short attention spans, investing in a long-form story with a lighter brand touch may seem irrational. However, contrary to popular belief, long-form content is stronger than ever. 18% of the winning work in the entertainment lines fell into the long-form category in 2019, meaning it was over 30 minutes in length, which is a big rise from 4% in 2017. And it pays off. As reported by Walk, the Mouldy Whopper video has been watched for almost 1.4 million minutes on Facebook. YouGov research of more than 2,000 consumers also showed that consideration to visitation rates increased by 22.8%, a finding that Fernando Machado described as truly remarkable. Participatory storytelling can also be an effective way to engage. In a study of the creative effectiveness Cannes Lions entries completed by WARC, 50% of the shortlisted work cited participation as a key creative strategy. Framestore's Mike McGee shared his view on why this might be.
People want to be in the stories. It's not enough now just to record it. People want to do selfies. They want to get into the story. And I think that's all hinting at the immersion that people are craving. And storytellers now are looking to ways to satisfy that demand.
So what are some of the most successful examples? Participatory elements can work well when they feed into natural human curiosity. A simple tactic is to ask fans to perform small tasks in order to unlock the next part of the story. In Budweiser's tag words, the brand asked people to discover the ending of the story for themselves.
You must be here to play the game.
In Westworld's The Maze, fans were asked to choose their own adventure via an interaction within Alexa, which unlocked a new chapter of the story. Adding a participatory element to storytelling on broader social issues like climate change has also been effective in amplifying the message. Here, letting people feel like they're an important instigator of the change can work really well.
The United Nations is launching a seat, the People's Seat.
The UN's People Seat campaign at the COP24 Convention on Climate Change is a good example of this. Alongside seats representing individual nations, they created a physical seat, the People's Seat, to highlight the importance that everyday individuals have in the fight for climate change action. In addition, they shared the People's Address, a speech written from raw testimonials crowdsourced from people from all over the world. Superfans can also act as your most engaged and accessible group. Speaking of this, at Lions Live, Bacardi's Gabriella McCoy, Director of Strategic Portfolio and Insights for the brand, told us how she switched up stark, unnatural focus groups for one-to-one engaged conversations with brand superfans.
75 million Americans are being told.
These fans have actually gone on to promote or even feature in finished creative campaigns. And the recent Roommates spot featuring 3 New York-based roommates and superfans saw strong engagement on YouTube due to its enthusiastic storytelling. Chipotle has also channeled its superfan energy to drive further reach of its brand. Its Chipotle Sponsor Me campaign, launched on TikTok, not only helped identify thousands of superfans, but had them spreading the message of their love for Chipotle in the process.
We had thousands of applications, over 2 billion views, and content to fuel our channels for months to come.
Chipotle, here's why you should sponsor me. I've basically been your unpaid intern for the past 5 years. I tag you in every Instagram post, and I make sure to add in your location as well. Here's an email that my AP Bio teacher sent me in 2017. I am dedicated to your brand. I've been using this picture for my student ID for the past 4 years because it is my 2-year anniversary picture with Chipotle. I am committed. This caption is from 229 weeks ago. What better person to sponsor than someone who is already constantly repping your brand?
So what should you keep in mind with participatory storytelling? Ultimately, there needs to be some sort of worthwhile reward for involvement. Beyond material prizes, satisfying a person's curiosity or ego is a really useful strategy. One of the most distinguishing features of modern storytelling is the impact and access that we have to data. Some of the best pieces of work use data to get into the mindset and motivations of their audience. Here, data is used to explain the rationale for the story. The Spanish alcohol brand Ria Vieja used data to highlight the time that people had left with their loved ones in their lives, launching it as an online tool that anyone could use. The algorithm then calculated how much time an individual had left to spend with their loved one, presenting the cold, hard facts that made people rethink their priorities and lives. A recent winner at Eurobest, BT Sport also used data to reiterate their narrative, but with a clever twist on a theme. The company transformed thousands of raw football data points into a script of the season, predicting what would happen before a single match had even taken place. Unleashing outrage that data could predict the course of the football season, BT Sports convinced football fans that you can't script football, you need to watch it instead. Data visualization has also been a growing technique used in modern storytelling. Here, the value of craft particularly shines through as a tool to translate data into meaningful stories, a fact that Creative Data Jury President Grace Francis, in a commentary on trends in the winning work, explained.
How the data is visualized is just as important as what it says. The most impactful work harnessed the complexity of data and turned it into beautiful craft.
Destination Pride is a good example. Here, the Pride flag was reimagined as a dynamic data visualization tool. Its colours measured LGBTQ+ rights and laws and social sentiment across different nations to provide a visual representation of the country's attitude towards their issues. So what best practice can we glean from the Lions winners? Although data is in abundance, brands should be mindful when using data and avoid what Harvard psychologist Steven Pinker calls the curse of knowledge. Too much data could be a significant turn-off for an audience. Data can power stories, but should never be the full story itself. Those were some of our key insights and examples on how brands are using modern techniques to power their storytelling. To finish, let's highlight some of the key takeaways. Embrace the truth. True storytelling will show customers you understand their reality. Be generous with the story. Evoking an emotional connection is one of the strongest ways to communicate your brand values. Participatory storytelling can help people better access and understand your story. It's a powerful tactic to use when your goal is behaviour change. And finally, balance your use of data with your story's credibility, but never let the data dominate the narrative. We look forward to seeing even more ambitious examples of storytelling at this year's Cannes Lions Awards. Thank you and goodbye.
Think deeply about how you treat people. Think intentionally about the culture you are trying to build.
Always, what's the value that you are going to bring to me in my business, right?
So listen selectively to what you can and can't do to avoid your knowledge and experience putting you into the rule book.
This is Lions Live. I'm Tina Dahealy. Thank you for joining me for today's live broadcast, brought to you with our official streaming partner, YouTube. And what a day it's been. We've learnt so much, from best practice for modern storytelling to finding your unique voice, as well as hearing what's front of mind for global marketers. Well, to help us pick out some of the key points and takeaways from today, I'm now joined by the co-founder and chief creative officer of Joan, Jamie Robinson. Welcome, Jamie. Thank you for joining us. And first of all, I just want to say congratulations on the recent announcement that Joan is Campaign's Independent Agency of the Year. How does it feel to have been awarded that accolade?
It feels amazing. I'm feeling a delay. Are you getting a delay on me, or are we cool?
We're okay. I can hear you. You are sounding and looking great.
Oh my gosh. All right. Thanks so much. No, it's exciting. It's really exciting. And the team is really thrilled. So thank you very much.
Now, you have watched all of today's content for us and pulled out 5 key takeaways. Take it away. What's your first one?
Well, I think there's a holistic theme I noticed throughout the whole thing, which is that we're in this really period of rapid change. it's rapid change for the world. It's rapid change for our industry. And I loved it when Lubomira said that part of the L'Oreal culture is to see change as opportunity, because I actually think that that is our opportunity right now, is to see all this change as the ability to make something, better. And I think the very first takeaway that I come to came from Goddess Rivera from Twitter. And her big thought about change was really around changing who is doing the work that we're doing, and that's something that's obviously been a very big conversation in our industry. But you talked a lot about cultural competency and really bringing in the diverse perspectives of Black communities, of Latinx communities, of Indigenous people communities, of differently abled communities, and LGBTQ+. And it was awesome because, as she talked about it, I could see the potential for our industry to make change in the world. I mean, we're looking for diversity because it is the right thing to do, and we're looking for diversity because, our clients are demanding it, our audiences are demanding it, but also because it has this huge positive impact on our work, which can be so much more interesting when we bring in diverse voices, and on our society. I can't help think like how many billions of dollars are in our hands. And when we make messages and put them out into the world, we are working at scale to change perceptions of people, to change viewpoints, to actually impact decisions that people are making. And so I'm really interested in what Goddess Rivera was talking about really the opportunity ahead of us as an industry to bring in so many more diverse voices. And yeah, so
no,
go ahead.
Sorry, I cut in. Keep going.
Oh, I was just going to say, and that actually brought me to the first action, which is something that she recommended and we're very conscious of in our company, which is like, how do we bring in diverse voices and perspectives across the entire process? I think it's traditionally been in our industry about showing different perspective, diverse people on camera. But I really think that the most interesting change can happen when we bring in our insights through a wide variety of people, and our creative ideas come from a wide variety of people. And it's something that is really important for our industry to take that in mind.
Yeah, that's a really good point. What is your takeaway number 2?
The second takeaway actually was not what I expected it to be, because it came from Caroline Goyder's talk, and her thing was about presence in video meetings. And she talked a lot about like how you need to project, and she wanted you to stand, which I'm not doing, like a bad girl. But the thing that really excited me about it, that was really related to this notion of change, was the idea of changing your goals in your presentations, and then that actually in turn changing your outcomes. And it's interesting because she was talking about how, like, when you are sitting down with your executive creative director to show ideas or having a client presentation, usually the goal is one of selling. And I see this in my own life. I feel like, you want someone to buy the idea that you have so badly, and you're just trying to sell it. But what she talked about was really changing your mission when you went into that meeting, and making it one of empathy, and really trying to understand what was happening on the other side of that video conference. What does that person need? What are their hopes? What are their fears? What are their dreams? And working towards that instead. And I think it's so fascinating because if you think about what are the best ways to make a connection, it isn't to, have a song and dance or have like a great presentation. It's really to be interested in their needs and then work towards that. So I really love that idea. If you change your state of mind, you can change the outcome. And as far as the action item for this one, she had this great story where she talked about the actor Bill Nighy. And she said that every time he goes into audition and he's feeling kind of nervous or whatever, he actually stops and asks himself the question, how can I be of service? Or how can I help? How can I help? Think, how can I help? And I love this because I think it automatically reframes your brain from having like the perspective of like, how do I get approval? How do I come and seek approval from the person who's on the other side? Into a mindset of service. How can I help them? How can I use my expertise or my ideas to make their world or their lives better. And I think it's just a beautiful thing that not only can settle the nerves, but also can have a great outcome for your client meetings and your presentations.
That's a great way of approaching them. You are very good at this. Your third takeaway.
Thanks. Well, the third one actually does come from Lubomira's talk about her work at L'Oreal, and I was totally blown away by her and about what the company did. In 2014, they decided, even though obviously beauty is such an traditional and I would say analog, kind of industry, they decided that they were going to be digital first, and that they were going to go from 2% of e-com sales, 2% of sales being e-com in 2014. They made this audacious goal to go up to 20% of sales to be e-com in 2020, which is bananas. It's so crazy. But the takeaway from her was that if you really want to make change, it requires committing the entire body to that change. And what L'Oreal did, which was so amazing, was they didn't make digital a silo and then made the marketing and all the supply chain and all of the development and R&D, the traditional way. They actually brought digital into every single part of the company. And that's awesome. They embedded digital people into each of the departments, and then they actually actively upskilled 50,000 people to have a digital first mindset, which is wonderful and mind-blowing when you think about it. And so, if I think about that, and the great thing is that they actually reached their goal in 2020 of 20% of sales coming from e-com, right before, in Q1, right before they went into the pandemic. We all went into the pandemic. And if you think about how amazing that is, because right now all beauty is done virtually, digitally. So they had set themselves up for success. So I'm really admiring their whole body commitment to their change that they wanted to create. And I was thinking about, like, how could that be actionable in my own company, and how can that be something that I bring back immediately today? And I think, it really comes to making your company a learning company, making it a company that doesn't really stigmatize not knowing. But when you don't know, you say, okay, let's go find out. And I think as leaders too, we can model that for our people. Like, I'm going to go back, and the second time, next time I don't know something, I'm not going to try to bullshit it. I'm going to say, okay, you know what? Actually, I don't know the answer, but I'm going to go starting to look into that, or that's something that I'm not an expert in. I'm going to call in an expert. So I think that that's really exciting. And then I really loved how L'Oreal worked to upskill the people that they had. They didn't just clear out the people that they had to make room for the new. They realized that there was so much value in the knowledge that those people had that they would be better set to take that knowledge and then bring on a digital lens. So I think really us all as leaders, upskilling our people is something that would be a tremendous impact for our organizations.
And your final takeaways?
My last two are, the first one comes from Elizabeth Barron, who spoke about change being something that is really important for her life. And I noticed from her, the takeaway that I got was that change is addictive. When you change something, you start to want to change more. She told this great story about how she was born not being able to see 3D. She saw 2D. So as an adult, she said, I really want to change this. And she went and had surgery. And all the doctors were saying, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. You can't do it. And so she had it done. Well, she worked really hard. And the minute she got that 3D sight, it changed her viewpoint of the world. And she then went on to make more changes for her industry and for other people and how they see the world. So I really was inspired by that addiction of change, and that good change begets more good change. So she urged us to reevaluate everything, to future-proof our career, to constantly be reevaluating our lives. And if I think about a takeaway for what we could do today, all of us on this broadcast, go today to your work and say, what is the thing that I don't love about it? Could be something small, and actively go and try to change that. And it could be something like, I don't like the coffee that we serve. Like, we'll go talk to somebody. Or it could be something big, like, I don't like how we treat people. And so then start to make those changes as well. And the last one.
Go on.
All right, is that massive change can be really, really hard on people. This is kind of the opposite of some of the things I've been saying, but to really take into consideration how difficult it can be. And we're seeing this in the pandemic, of course. But Kathleen Hall, the Chief Brand Officer of Microsoft, was talking about how she's really actively tried to maintain the mental health of her team. And I was so impressed with her empathy, which you don't always expect from the C-suite. And she brought in things like Wellness Wednesdays, where they had mental health experts come to talk to the people, or they put a mandatory block of an hour and a half in the middle of the day for when parents could do their homework with their kids, or their schoolwork, because we all know we're still in school during the day. But I really loved how she was so empathetic and understood that change is something that is not easy, especially at the scale that we're experiencing it now. And I think as you start to think about what we can do in our own days, it's something that's so small, but I think can have a massive amount of impact, which is just give a little grace to people when they're struggling, or if you notice they don't quite have all their act together. Give them a little grace, think about something that might be happening in their own lives, some space, and then give them a hand to help them out. So I really loved that. Kathleen really inspired me in that, in her attitude for how she keeps her teams motivated.
Jamie, that was brilliant. Thank you so much for your reflections. I feel energised now after listening to your insights from the day. I'm sure our viewers do too. Thank you very much indeed for engaging with all of today's content. And all of today's content is available on demand on the Lions Live platform. We will also be sharing all of the live Q&As as soon as we can, so do keep a lookout for those too. A big thank you to all of you for your questions, your comments, your shares. Please do keep chatting to us on our social channels. We will be back here at 1 p.m. GMT tomorrow for more inspiring content to help sharpen up your creative toolkit. We're going to look at 5 ways to show up like a leader for tomorrow with Alison Chadwick. You'll see the third and final Lions Guide to Unconventional Creativity. And we'll also hear a very special message to the creative community from industry legend Jim Stengel. I'm Tina Dahealy, this is Lions Live, and here's a sneak peek of what's coming up tomorrow.
Think deeply about how you treat people. Think intentionally about the culture you are trying to build.
Always, what's the value that you are going to bring to me in my business, right?
So listen selectively to what you can and can't do to avoid your knowledge and experience putting you into the rule book.